Good evening, guys. Good evening, Alan. Good evening, Gail. And good evening, Mark. Good to see you guys again.
Hello, everybody.
World Tour 8K popped in 5 p.m., so he probably pop up again. And feeling Clan Wolf on your side, Gil?
Yep.
Well, we have Brian. Good to see you. We wait a couple of more minutes before we get into today's topic, which is really interesting. Actually, the topic for today is the first 48 hours of power grid failure, what to do.
Yeah.
And it was a suggested topic from Gil. And Fire Dr. Ninja Turtle in the house. Good to see you.
And
we have Nick Miller in the house. Good to see you again, too. My Views, Your World. Good to see you.
up on everybody here.
And Brian says, "Oh, my kind of subject." Yeah.
One of these times I gotta take a picture of my Opus system I got in the kitchen there, so I can bring it in here so I can show it.
Why don't you just roll it in and stick it behind you there?
No, it's because it's plugged in and hooked up to the refrigerator, the chest freezer, the toaster, the microwave.
So run a thin extension cord. We talked about that last night.
Ryan's house will never be without
Don't
power.
Stop 822 is in the house. On your side, Gil, or Alan's side?
That's on mine.
Okay. And we have Purple Ale 7946 in the house on probably your side, Gil, or Alan's.
For Purple, that's not on mine.
Okay.
Oh, Purple. I think is that Alan's?
Yeah, Purple's on Alan's.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah,
Exploring with Adrian's on Alan's.
Yep. Good to see you.
Mm-hmm.
Brian says, I have a slight power bank addiction issue.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
Come on, he needs all those power banks to keep those refrigerators running for his Diet Pepsi.
When the power grid goes down here, National Grid's just going to contact Brian and say, hook us up.
just can you just reverse your polarity there and plug into the grid and fire up the town for us? We'd appreciate that.
Katie, the Greatest Adventures. Good to see you. Welcome.
And Lee at Cold War Prepper just came in on my side, coming from Texas.
Yeah, I noticed that. Honeybeard 13 on Alan's side, probably.
Kate.
Good to see you too. I did a video of me shopping at Mission Mart.
What's Mission Mart?
Never heard of before. Diana, good to see you, ma'am. Andy in UK, good to see you. Border Wanderer, good to see you too, and welcome. Yeah, that's all for that popped in at the moment, but we're expecting more popping in soon.
We're having a friggin' heat wave here in the middle of winter in Idaho.
Oh, shut up. I'm in the DC area and it's freaking 8 degrees outside. You suck. Shut up.
Next Friday, it's going to be 50 degrees, but it's in the 40s
Good to see you.
from now through then. The highs are in the 40s.
Oh, you poor guy.
Yeah, I know. My grandsons are freaking out going, when is it going to snow? We want to build a snowman.
Okay.
Yes. Next January. Yeah, and Brian says next January we are scheduled to remove the 22 kilowatt hour of Pylon Tech batteries and replace with 64 kilowatts if Fogstar wants.
Yeah, that if people,
hey Alicia, good to see you again, man.
People would think with what's going on up here on the West Coast that we are heads and elbows into a nasty global warming. This is just a pocket that's sitting frozen over us. And as the cold air goes around, the moisture goes, but we're kind of stuck here going. But hey,
Yeah, it's interesting. It's affecting the weather in the UK a little bit, with the Gulf Stream, but not so much. It seems to be all sort of to the south at the moment, sort of the south of Europe. So the southern part of the UK got a bit of a storm the other day.
Yeah.
Not much happened up my end, though.
Sounds just like Scotland, famous for its sunny tropical climate.
Yeah, we're well known for it.
Hey, Iron Fire Horse, good to see you again, man. Well, shall we begin with this evening's topic? I think we have waited long enough at least. So, today's topic is first 48 hours of power grid failure, what to do. And I have actually notes that we are going to follow that Gil here put in the mail for me. So, first hour of live talk about what needs to be done in the first 12 hours.
All right. I would say the first thing you need to do, power goes boom, and your neighborhood goes out. See if whether or not you still have internet connection.
Yeah.
If you have internet connection still, find local news or whatever, find out what's going on. Find out if it's a local outage, a regional outage, or boom, nationwide or global.
I think as well, I mean, just imagining literally the lights just suddenly go out. It's a good reason for having, something at your bedside, a torch, a light of some description. Everybody's got a torch on their mobile phone these days.
Yeah.
But you don't know how long the power is going to be out for, so you don't want to use any of the power of your mobile phone then unnecessarily. So, just have this is a bright as hell sort of work light that I just keep in this room.
Yeah.
I would, power goes out in my little office here just now. First thing I would do is switch this on and then, make my way down to my box of tricks that I've got in the cupboard downstairs, which is my blackout sort of box, I suppose. And once I've got that, then do what Gil says, sort of find out if is it just my house? Is it just the breaker that's tripped? Is it the street or the street lights on? Is it the whole neighborhood? Is it the whole country? Then it's just a quick scramble to see what information there is. I mean, the good thing, I suppose, about having a mobile phone is you don't really need the internet broadband. You have cell signal, mobile phone signal. So
quick thing about your cell phone: if you lose power and your router goes out, shut your Wi-Fi off on the phone. Shut the Bluetooth off on the phone. Just run it on Wi-Fi on the server. Because if you don't, your battery is going to be constantly pinging, looking for signal. That'll drain your battery, albeit a small amount. But you don't know how long the power is going to be out for. So shut all the accessories off on your phone. Shut down a whole bunch of stuff that the phone is constantly using and drawing power. And ironically, if you shut your phone off, it takes more energy to turn back on than it did if you just left it on in standby mode. So just a quick thought.
A lot of Android phones for sure have a power saving mode. And if you switch that on, it basically puts all of the apps in the background to sleep. Just gives you the essential stuff.
Apps you don't need. It keeps those vital apps running.
One of the things
Yeah,
I
iPhones
got
have like
several-
sleep mode and stuff. I put mine in sleep mode at night. The only thing allowed to ping my phone is a text message from a contact. That's it. And a phone call from a contact. That's the only thing that'll come through. Everything else, all the notifications and all that stuff from YouTube and that, which ping all night long. I had to shut it off. My wife's like, would you shut that thing off? I don't even hear it anymore, but she does. It wakes her up. I'm like, fine. So I put it in sleep mode every night, and she doesn't have to worry about hearing it.
One of the things I got a couple of these Emoto power banks, and I can run. If I plug my phone in on this, it will run it for, I would say it would probably run it a good 10 days, leaving everything on my phone going. You know, just off of this one, I got 2 of these, and this one here currently is at 100%.
Yeah,
So,
that's good.
I've got a couple of similar ones. I keep one in my work bag, and I think I've got one up here somewhere as well. They're great little things just to have, just as like a power extension to your phone. You know, you can charge other things with them as well, but they're ideal for phones.
Yeah.
And Alicia has actually a question.
Yeah, I
May
was
I
looking
ask a
at
specific question about my Lithelli solar generator?
Yeah, I was looking that up. I've never heard of that or seen that before, so I don't know anything about it, about its capacities, what it does, and anything, charging capacities and stuff, and charging modes. So I really don't know anything about it. I'd have to research that, Alicia, and get back to you. Alicia, go ahead and email me the specs on it, what size it is, what model, and I will look it up after the live stream and get back to you before my next live stream this evening.
I always lose internet when the power goes out. Other than using data, how would you still have internet?
Well, I have one of those little office uninterrupted power supplies to keep the computer running in the office, so you have a chance to save all your stuff and shut it down under the desk here, and my internet is plugged into it. So when the power goes out, my internet node stays up. However, it communicates 5 miles away to the tower over there in Shelley, and if their power's still on, fine. If their power goes out too, then I lose it. So that's a clue to me. If I lose the internet, it's not just local here in Basalt. It's not in Firth. It's covering a larger area.
Yeah.
I think if you don't have a power bank that's you have permanently connected up to your router, which is a good idea, because it's, I mean, apart from using, there's no point in having a power bank and never using it. If you're going to have one, it's a good thing to have it sort of next to your router and plugged into your PC. So if the power goes off, it automatically sort of just goes straight to that. It doesn't even shut your PC down. It still keeps it running, so you've got some power that way. But if your mobile phone, of course, you can get the internet via cell. You know,
if you have someone in here was saying, simply Debbie Sue. Here, I rely on internet for my phone. I don't have a cell phone tower. I have to have Wi-Fi internet.
Well, see, this is another reason, a good reason for having an emergency radio, because when it comes down to it, what do you need the internet for? I mean, other than sort of doom scrolling Instagram and watching us on YouTube, you don't really need internet immediately to find out what's going on. You just need to know why your powers went out, and then you can worry about getting the internet back on later on. So if you have no internet signal whatsoever, then the next best thing to try and get some information is an emergency radio of some description, something that doesn't rely on the internet. It's not an Alexa, it's not a DAB radio that's connected to the internet. It's literally a wind-up radio that is battery operated or has like some sort of solar rechargeable function or something like that. Tap into the local radio station, and hopefully from there you'll be able to find out if it's a local, regional, national, what's going on, because there will always be some confusion as to what the reason for the power outage is. I mean, sometimes you can kind of guess. If it's happened in the middle of winter, it's probably because a trees fell down, and knocked down some power cables or whatever.
Or a a car spun out on the ice and it took out the power pole.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's one of those things. And if you live in a rural area where this kind of thing's common, then there's probably mechanisms in place for finding out what's going on via a local hub. I know some of the very rural communities in Scotland have got like almost a community hub where they all congregate to if something is happening, and that's a good place of getting information from various places. I don't really get power outage. I haven't actually had a power outage for years where I live. I might just be lucky, but
you just jinxed yourself.
I'll probably happen on this stream, you know. But,
where'd Alan go?
So with cell towers,
failure.
if there's a regional outage, the cell towers will still stay running. They have battery backup. Some have generators, but that only lasts so long. So you may still have cell signal, but not forever. If it's a regional and, you know, some big event that caused it and, you know, your whole coastal area is out, most of the cell towers will keep running for a while, but not forever. So you got that going, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, we know when Spain had that power outage a while ago, it was absolute carnage because people couldn't get information anywhere because they were so reliant on things like mobile phones, cell phones, and things like that. So for them, it was a wake up moment to say, you know, don't just rely on this new tech. You have to maybe go back to the older stuff to sort of find out what's happening. I think if we're
Spain
talking,
falls into that category of what happens in the first 48. Hell, within the first 4 hours, Spain fell apart. I mean, all hell broke loose. It was okay. That's a learning experience there to go. Okay, what happens? Well, just look at Spain. Look at the news articles. Look at everything that went on. I mean, within hours, people lost their minds.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take long. We talk about, you know, 48 hours. Okay, that's for us, and you know, this is what's going to happen. So within the first 12 hours, and it's regional or huge, you know, national, all hell's going to break loose. So that's where you just, if you're okay, just stay out of everybody's way because they're going to go stupid.
I mean, when we imagine the power just immediately going off, we kind of imagine that we're going to be sitting in our houses like this, and then we're going to, you know, we're all going to go to our sort of power outage box and get our stuff ready. But a lot of those people in Spain, they were on like trains and stuff. They were commuting back and forth. I don't know what time it happened. I think it happened during the day, but trains just came to a halt.
Oh yeah, trains, elevators, escalators, anything electric stopped. Think about it. Look around your house. What's electric there aside from everything? And if you're out in public, what's electric? Traffic lights are electric. You know, so accidents happened everywhere because the lights went out and people not paying attention just go sailing through an intersection, and you know, they're all wrecking with each other till traffic comes to a grinding halt, and then everybody looks around and goes, oh crap, the power's out.
Plus, I mean, the emergency services will then go into their sort of triage mode where they only pay attention to the calls that they absolutely need to answer, and they only deal with the situations that they find to be the most critical. This is, I mean, it's funny because I knew we were going to be talking about this topic earlier on, and I was thinking about what I would literally do right here and now if that happened within the first hour. And one thing that I wouldn't do, I see loads of people do this online, is they start getting all those tea light candles out and they start getting candles and they dot them around their house, like their bathroom and things like that. You know, that would be the last thing I would do, because one, you're just wasting candles, but two, it's a naked flame in your house. And if you were to have a fire, that's probably the worst time to have a fire in your house, because the chances of you being able to get a hold of somebody from the fire brigade to come and, you know, put that fire out quickly, it's fairly remote, because they're going to be triaging things like, you know, if the street lights are out and stuff, there's going to be vehicle accidents. They're going to be, you know, the hospitals are going to be running generators. So the fire, you know, departments and stuff are going to be dealing with other things. And you've set your house on fire with a tea light because you think you need some sort of, you know, landing light of candles going from your living room to your bathroom, when, you know, you really don't. So, I mean, if we're talking right from the very beginning here, the lights go out and we're kind of all at home, you know, the very first thing I do, apart from, you know, switch on my light, make my way down to my box that I've got in the cupboard downstairs in the kitchen. And when I open that box, I snap one of those chemical lights. And that allows me to see, you know, what's going on in my box at least. And then I use battery-powered headlights and torches and lanterns before I get to the use of the candles and stuff, because in all probability the power's only likely to be out for a couple of hours, and then maybe a couple of days, and then in some cases like wild storms and stuff, maybe a couple of weeks. But then you'll need to start really thinking long term after a couple of days, I think. But we're only at the first hour stage just now. So my top tip would be, don't use your candles, not at this stage. Use battery powered headlamps, like chemical lights, or even if it's 12
daylight,
hours, it costs nothing.
If it's daylight out, open the shades. Open your curtains. Let some light in. You wouldn't believe how bright a house can be if you just open the curtains up and you don't have anything else going. Here's the mentality, the psychological issue. It's dark out. It's say 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. Power goes out. People are still awake, doing things, watching TV. The average person, immediately the mindset says, I want to try to bring my environment back to the status quo. So they light up a ton of candles. Okay, the house is lit back up. I'm starting to feel better because it's as lit as it was an hour ago before the power went out, or almost. But that's where the mindset is for a lot of the people that aren't normally, they don't think about this stuff. What? And it's unfortunate, but then hopefully they'll catch on. And those are the ones that'll realize on their cell phone, on Facebook, somebody posted, oh my God, the world's coming to an end. Then they get in their car and they run out to the 24-hour store and start buying everything they can find. And then the power comes back on 20 minutes later. Yeah.
One of the things that I recommend for everybody to have is something like this. This is a plug-in, constant charging emergency light. So when it's plugged in, it doesn't do anything. If it's plugged in, it has a switch on the top that you can turn on and use it as a regular flashlight. But if you plug it in and turn it on, the light doesn't come on because it's charging. So as soon as the power goes off, boom, it comes on. I got 9 of these around. I got 1 in each bathroom. I got 1 in the kitchen. I got 1 here in my office behind me. I got 1 in the master bedroom. And I may have 2 in the master bedroom. So when the power goes out, boom, this comes on, and okay, I got light. Okay, I know what's going on. Power's outage.
Yeah, that's basically a miniature version of an emergency light you find in public locations where power goes out. It has its own 6-volt battery in there, and those batteries are supposed to stay lit for, I think, 12 hours.
Oh, this thing here, like the way it is, it'll last more than 12 hours because my grandsons used to, when I first put them in, sneak over and unplug them, and they get 2 of them, and they go in the what I call the boys' room, their room when they spend the night, and they're in there playing lightsabers in there for hours on end, and they leave it there on and go home and come back. Oh, it's still on. Oh, let's play again. And it's like,
yeah.
But these are really good. These are from Energizer. I'm not sure if you guys can get them outside the U.S., but I got these off of Amazon. I got a 3-pack first, and then I got a 6-pack.
How much were they? Like $4 a piece or something?
I'm not sure. I would have to look it up.
They're not that expensive.
Yeah. I need to get something similar myself. Yeah. I don't have any emergency lights like that. But I think that is something I need to put on my list too.
I think the chemical lights, the snap glow stick type ones I'm talking about. They've got lots of other benefits as well, I think. I mean, one of the main benefits being they're completely harmless, so they're non-toxic. Yeah. So if you have pets or small children in the house, like I say, you don't really want naked flames and candles all over the place, and they last for ages. The really bright ones last 8 hours, the blue ones, and the green ones last 12 hours. And you can snap one of them, put it in the hallway, put one in the bathroom, put one in the kitchen, one in the living room, if you want a sort of trail of light for whatever reason. But another thing is that if you have very young children, for example, and the power is going to be out for a few days because there's been a storm, and it's going, and it's going to be 3-4 days, but you still have running water at least. The good thing about those chemical lights is you can still bath the kids. And you don't have to worry about battery operated lights and candles and stuff around the bath. You could actually chuck one in the water and let them play with it. I mean, they're completely waterproof, and it will light the whole room up. So they're a good thing to have. You can buy them online for like practically nothing. They're like, £1.50 or something each,
And just looking like what's behind you to your left side, I think, if you're not backwards, Alan, like the one light you got back there, it's on the wall. Well, it's illuminating the whole ceiling. So even these little tiny three button cell LED flashlights, if you stand it up and aim it at the ceiling, most people's ceilings are white. It'll illuminate the whole room. No, it's not going to be like daylight, but you can see things.
Yeah, I mean that's actually just a very small LED light. I think it's got 4 LEDs, I think, in it. And like you say, because I've got it sort of pointed at the wall, it gives a bit of a diffuse sort of light. And even something like I've got a couple of different lights around about me here, but this work light, I picked this up, which is it's one of those magnetic ones that you stick to your car, and it's got basically two big LEDs. I won't blind everybody, but take a look at this.
Holy hell.
And this will light up your day for sure.
Yeah, I mean that's both of them on, and you move this around and you can stick it to your refrigerator or whatever. It's got a hook on it, things like that. You can dumb it down so it's only got one light going or whatever. But look at the difference of that. It lights up this entire room. This will last 2 hours and is rechargeable, and it costs practically nothing. I actually got this out of Lidl. I think it costs something like, I don't know.
Lidl has those.
Yeah. It's a work zone. They call it work zone LED work light.
Okay. You can probably. I think you can get those like in the States. You can get them at Harbor Freight too. They have stuff like that all over the place.
I mean, I actually picked it up because I thought that would be a great light to have, well out on camping trips and stuff. But see, to be honest, it's too bright. I mean, I was getting bombarded with moths and everything when I tried to use it. It was just too much. But something as simple as this is an air mattress pump, but it also has a light function.
Well, you got to be able to see. You got to be able to see where you're putting it in the air mattress.
yeah. I mean, this is magnetic as well, and don't underestimate how useful magnetic lights are, because if you're in your house and you're running it's wintertime and you've got no power, you'll be amazed at how used to you are having the lights on the ceiling. And the ideal thing about having something that's magnetic is you can go around and stick them to things like refrigerators or radiators. Most people have got radiators in their house. They can put these on directionally, and then it gives a little bit of light. So, I mean, there's things you can do that you can illuminate a space, but if the power's out, it's a good idea to congregate into one room anyway, probably the living room. You don't need any other room apart from the bathroom.
So this is the light, and this is the current prices on it on Amazon. As you can see, I got this back in December of 2021. Got the 3-pack, and then a couple months later, I got the 6-pack. But so the 3-pack is $32. The 6-pack is $48. So it's cheaper to get the 6-pack. But it just plugs in, and you turn it when you turn it on. The switch up, it says that it's charging, and it boom. As soon as the power goes out, light comes on. And then you can just pull it out and go walk around with it. So, but the other, probably my most favorite flashlight for decades has been this little bugger from Harbor Freight. It's got a magnet on the back. It's got the fold up hook.
Yeah, little hang it up.
And I can hang it on my shirt. It's not like a headlamp. When I look at somebody, I blind them. This just shoots either down low at my feet or out in front of me. And I got about 10 of these around the house. I got
they take regular batteries, right?
They take AAA batteries.
Yeah, and you could buy AAA rechargeable batteries if you really wanted to.
I do. These are loaded with AAA rechargeables.
Yep.
And so those are all around. And my wife bought me a couple years ago this monstrosity. I'm not going to turn it on at the camera, but it has a center light here really bright, and then it has 2 outside lights. And aim it up here. So those are the outside lights. That's how bright it is. Just aiming away from it. That's the outside lights. And it's got 2 settings, high, low. And the center one is bright and low. And then has a handle on it that locks in position. So you can set it on something. You can hang it on the wall.
You could probably charge your phone on that too if you had to.
No charger on it, but this takes 4 D-cell batteries.
Oh, that takes regular batteries. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, KP.
See, I'd go for. They make another. Husky has another one now, along with Cobalt and all them that you can.
Oh.
It's rechargeable. So and it has the little ports you can charge your cell phone off of it and all that.
Scratch that. This isn't the D-cell one. This one has. Let me go open up the other compartment here.
C cells. Oh,
6
double A's.
6 double A's.
Yeah.
And this is the first set of double A's I put it. The other one like this, which is a D-cell, is in California. So in the time I've had this and turning it on all the time and using it, I'm still on the first set of batteries.
Yeah, just keep an eye on your batteries for long-term storage because they will start to corrode.
Yeah, that's why I pull it out and check it now and then, like every other year.
Yeah, well, once you start to see that corrosion
this is
coming,
my headlamp. I made a video on this one.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, I'm blinded by the light.
I got one I bought from the tool guy, the Snap-on guy. It either goes on your back of your head, or I usually leave it hanging on my neck. It has 2 separate LED lights on it. Both are separately chargeable, and you can aim them up, down, use one, use the other. And that thing, I left it on. It went for 16 hours before it died. And I was like, okay, I keep that on the kitchen table because when I need something, I just throw it around my neck quick. I could turn one on. I could pop the little flashlights out individually. That's magnetic holder on it. I could take them out individually, give one to my wife, one to me, and do our thing, and then charge them up with the USB-C port that's on it.
Yeah.
So, but they cost like $120. That was Snap-on because Snap-on.
Yeah.
And this one's rechargeable, by the way.
Yeah. One of the things here with this is right now we've kind of shifted into get your flashlights now. Preventive maintenance or preventive mitigation of the source. Actually, you have lights to use, and you have different options in it to use. One of the things that see if I can find it here. No, I can't find it here right now. I was going to pull something else up here. There, in it is those quote solar generators, which are actually just power stations that have multiple power inputs on them, whether it's solar, plug it into the wall, plug it into the car cigarette lighter. Those when you go to get one, you got to make sure it has the multifunction like mine and like Mark's has. Mark, there he is.
Yeah, over here, fat dude.
We can plug ours in to the outlet so it charges on the outlet, and we can use it at the same time. And when the power goes off, it automatically transfers. Some of them you can't do that. You can't charge and use at the same time.
No. I like mine when I'm at the cabin, when it gets down to like 20%. It's still in the cabin running my fridge. I rearrange my plugs in my off-grid electrical, fire the generator up, and I run the charger off the generator to charge the Jackery while the Jackery's still running the refrigerator and the ceiling fan. So it just, it shows my input and output on wattage. I'll have 140 watts coming in, but only like 20 going out. Yeah. So I got a net gain of like 120 watts, and it just takes a little longer to charge it fully, but I don't care. I can do both.
And let me see if I find something here. There are some really cool ones. Like the Mega 2, Opus Mega 2 that I got in the kitchen was right now it's $799 for the 2400 watt inverter and a 2500 watt hour battery. But they
that was it. It was only $750.
Yeah.
Shit, I think I paid like $1,400 for my Jackery. Well, that was 4.5 years ago when they were just starting to get popular.
So I'm trying to find something here to share with you on some of the smaller ones. All right. God, it's not showing me prices, but that's fine. just about all of the oops, however you want to pronounce it here, power stations, they're made to plug in and you can plug them into the wall and use them. You can have the solar going into them and use them. You can plug it into a cigarette lighter and use them. Like this is a 1500 watt one. It's not showing prices, but then they got the 2400 watt one. Then they got the Mega 1, which is a 2000 watt one. This is the Mega 2, the one I have. It's a 2500 watt inverter with a 2000 watt hour battery. And they go on up to all the different ones. And then they got the new one, the Guardian 6000, 120 volt, 240 watt duals, all set up, ready to go for $1,700. That's the only one they put the price on here. That's the newest and greatest one that just came out. But on the Mega 5, the Mega 3, the Mega 2, and the Mega 1, you can get expansion batteries for them. So you can increase your
runtime.
Your runtime.
Yeah.
I got 2 expansion batteries on the Mega 2 I have in the kitchen. It'll run from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day because that's in very expensive time on the power metering. Then after 9 o'clock, it charges back up because it's on the cheap. Then at 6 p.m. here to 11 p.m., again, it's on the high expensive time. So the refrigerator, the chest freezer, the toaster, and the microwave all run off of it. And then after 11 o'clock at night, it charges back up. On that 5-hour runtime, fixing dinner, opening and closing the refrigerator, doing stuff in the toast for the grandkids when they're over here, microwaving Hot Pockets and stuff, it's fully recharged in about 40 minutes.
That's good.
So yeah, I mean, I really like it. It's got so it's one of those ones. Check them out for yourselves. Don't just take my word for this if you're going to get something. I know some of these are available. The ones I'm looking at are available in the UK. Some of them are not. I think Opus is. I'm not sure, but Pecron is another good one. Does the same thing. Same price range. One of the two is available in the UK. I'm not sure about over there in Sweden. But yeah, those got the highest rating from several of the reviewers because it has multiple power inputs and it can charge
and output at the same time. Yeah,
while it's charging.
Yeah, you need to do a video, Gil, just that says gaming the power grid with a smart meter, because that's the only thing that helps that change is you have a smart meter. So you should do a short video of gaming the grid, and this is how I do it, and just show a couple. You can probably do it in about 4 minutes. Yeah.
It's, when the wife finally tells me to pull the trigger, I'm going to be upgrading to the new Pecron 5000, which is a 220 is a 120 240 unit, and we're going to get the 5 expansion batteries for it. And then we'll hook all the solar panels we have up to it, and we're going to go totally off grid. Yeah, the shop will still be on grid, but the house will be off grid.
Right.
It's just right at the cost right now, because of what goes on when I have all the grandkids over. Oh man, let's see. Eli's watching the one TV with Tubi on it. Danny and Oliver are watching the other TV with the DVD player, watching DVDs. Aiden's running around turning every light switch on in the house.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. And
Alicia just emailed you, Gil.
Yeah, I saw that. And so, Alicia, I tried going to the manufacturer site. It came up. I looked at it. I went to click on to see what the types they had, and it goes, "You're blocked." It's like, yeah, I don't trust that website just for that. They may have gone out of business, but they only have a couple small ones. So, but I did find some stuff on Amazon, and I'll research it and get back to you, Alicia.
So back to the 12 hours.
Yeah.
I was just going to say with power banks, EcoFlows, they do a Delta series. I think that's Brian's favorite.
I was going to say, how much is Brian paying you to say that?
I think he works for EcoFlow, actually.
Probably that's why he has so many of them. What's up, Bob?
I'm sure if you go to his YouTube, he'll probably have all sorts of links and stuff for them. But the EcoFlow Delta series is really good. It can run pretty much your whole household for a long time. Because the one I'm looking, I don't actually have a power bank. I'm not a proper prepper, so I don't have a power bank. But the one that I'm looking at just now is called the EcoFlow River Free, which is smaller. You could run a fridge from it, I believe. I mean, it has it's a, I can't remember what the exact.
You can run a refrigerator on that.
It's a 1200 watt output. I know that for sure. It has
so
16-hour
you can run a refrigerator and a chest freezer on that. However, you have to look at the size of the battery and how many watt hours the battery is, because every watt you're running for an hour, like our refrigerator is can be depending whether it's frost free, whether that's engaged or not. Like on mine, when the frost free part kicks in, it jumps up to 600 watts. Normally, it's 145 watts.
I'm surprised you haven't taken your fridge apart yet and put a mechanical switch on the frost-free circuit. I would have.
I got other things I do with it, which I play around with. I just unplugging it during the frost-free time, and then it kicks out of it. After 5 minutes, it kicks out. I can plug it back in, and it skipped the frost-free.
Yeah.
I think it does go without saying, though, that if you are somebody who's quite dependent on a freezer, I mean, not so much a fridge, but definitely a freezer, like you hunt a lot of game, for example.
Or you're like me and just have 4 freezers packed with food.
You really need to think about having a system in place to back that stuff up, because that's a lot of waste. I mean, a freezer will hold its temperature for quite a long time as long as you don't go opening the lid.
Chest freezers hold better. I have 2 stand-up freezers. Those are the ones that will not get opened if the power goes out. Because as soon as you open the door, all the cold air falls out, all the hot air goes in. Mm-hmm. You shut the door, and everything starts thawing out from the top down. It's a sad situation, but
and it would take a lot more power to sort of bring that temperature back.
It has to run longer, to bring it back. Yeah. And even when I have power, I open my one old stand-up freezer, and within 2 minutes, it kicks back on again. It runs for like 2 hours just to get the temperature back down.
My thinking is, I mean, my freezer's generally only like half full anyway. I do hunt a little bit of game, so I've got a chest freezer in my shed, which is where I would keep that. But it wouldn't be a massive loss to me. I don't have lots and lots of food. I don't have hundreds of kids to feed. I've got one and one dog. So
quick tip on chest freezers, any kind of freezer, mostly chest. If you perpetually have a lot of space in there, every gallon jug, whether it's milk, water, whatever, there's a way to store water too. Fill it up with water, squeeze it a little bit so it doesn't break when it expands and freezes. Put it in the bottom of the freezer. Yeah, it'll take some time to get it all frozen, but if your power goes out, you got basically ice bricks in there to keep it cold for even longer. And then if the power does go out and stays out, as that water thaws, hey, guess what? You got water to either drink if you want to, or at least to wash and do other things with. So, but a full freezer, once they're like my freezers are packed, and they only turn on for a little while each day, because everything in there is 10 below 0 Fahrenheit, everything right to the top. So if the power goes out, I got a good amount of time, because that freezer is packed, all of them, to not worry about things thawing out. The upright freezers, they'd wind up getting all eaten first, and then the chest freezers, they're last on the list.
That's a good idea with the water. I've never thought of that, because the freezer I've got out in the shed is very, very rarely ever full. I mean, if I take an animal, I'll fill it up, but if I don't, and then I'll work my way through it. So it's almost always
and as you fill it up, take the jugs out and just put them out, just leave them out. Let them thaw. It doesn't matter. And then as your food, you start to use it, don't put them on top of your food, because the warm air will partially, the warm container of water will partially thaw stuff. Just move it around and put them all on the very bottom where it's the coldest. They'll freeze the quickest, and just rotate through. As your meat comes out, the water jugs goes in, and as the meat goes in, the water jugs come out. As long as your full freezer's a happy freezer, that's the bottom line on that one.
Yeah,
I suppose when it comes to freezers as well, I mean, at what point would you guys, how many hours in, let's say the powers went out and we're a couple hours in now, but we don't know why it's out or how long it's going to be out. At what point do you start digging into the ice cream in the freezer because you're just going to go to waste anyway? Or, do we just leave that?
If it's ice cream and snacks and not food I need for a reasonably long term, yeah, that shit goes first. It's like ice cream. Let's sit in the front window, eat ice cream, and watch the idiots out there just run in circles and scream. It's great. You got no TV, no internet. You need some kind of entertainment.
Yeah. One of the things if the chest freezers generally stay, even if you open it up, stay cold a lot longer.
Yeah, because cold air sinks, warm air rises. So when you open your chest freezer, open it slowly. Don't rip the lid open because you'll cause an air vortex.
Turbulence. And
you'll get a little warm air in there, and that just makes things thaw quicker. So just open it really slow. Just be slow and methodical when you pull stuff out, because as you pull something out, that airspace will pull in outside air because it needs more volume. Yeah. And so just do things slow and methodical, take out what you need, and keep a running inventory of what's in there and where it is in the freezer, so it's like, all right, what do you want for dinner? Well, let's make something with ground beef. Okay, well, I got 2 packs of ground beef on the right-hand side underneath the turkey. All right, open it up, pull the ground beef out, close the lid.
I'm going to show you guys what kind of power stations we have here. You can buy here in Sweden.
Okay.
There we have it. Okay. We have Anker Solix C300X.
That's a good one. It got high ratings from several of the reviewers.
It's a little pricey, but
that's in crazy money.
That's 2,599 Swedish crowns. So it would be around $250 give or take.
Yeah, Anker's a good brand.
Yeah, Anker's good. I had an Anker Bluetooth speaker. That thing lasted forever.
Yeah, and then you can buy
that one there is one of the most popular ones.
3 Plus.
Yeah, the EcoFlow that's the one I was talking about. That's the one that I'm looking to get.
EcoFlow.
I was actually going to go between those two. I wasn't sure which one. I think Brian actually suggested I get the first one.
The extra EcoFlow Delta Pro 3 extra battery. You have EcoFlow River 3 UPS, EcoFlow Trail, EcoFlow Delta 3, Acer 600 watt portable, Anker Solix C1000X, EcoFlow Delta Pro 3. Then you have River 3 Plus, EcoFlow Trail 200 DC, Jackery Explorer 1000 Pro.
Is that what I got? That is, I got the Explorer 1000. Same exact one. It comes, that's mine. Mine was a little more expensive back then because it had the solar panels and all that. Yeah, for American. So basically, American dollars, just put a decimal point there. So it's about $550, I guess. I paid like $1,400 for mine, but that was 4 years ago when that stuff was just taking off.
Since you got the Jackery, at the Consumer Electronics convention in Las Vegas earlier this month, Jackery revealed some of their new lineup and stuff coming out here later this summer when it's available for sale. They have some whole house.
I've seen some of that. Yep,
amazing ones with the battery. We're not talking the cheap stuff. We're talking you're going to go off grid with this, and you're going to be able to thumb your nose at everybody.
Yep. Yeah. That's what I've been talking to the wife about with our house we're building, which apparently may now start to happen after last night's discussion with my wife, but that's another story offline.
I know DJI are doing similar things with their batteries, but that's
I'm waiting for that Samsung battery. Once that Samsung silver carbon battery goes mainstream, all bets are off. I mean, the prices of those things are going to be ridiculous, but you'll get instead of you know, 100-hour runtime at 100 watts or whatever, you're going to get like 500 hours of runtime and a 10-minute charge time. So the input versus the output, it's like almost positive, so to speak. It hardly uses any electricity to charge, but once it's charged really quick, you can run the crap out of it for a long time. And that's what the Samsung, and there's another company in China that they probably stole Samsung's patent, but whatever. And once they get that rolling, yeah, and there's a lot of pushback. People don't, other companies don't want it that are already into the lithium ion or the lithium batteries and, you know, the Teslas and all that stuff, because people are going to like trade those cars in instantly. And it's going to be a glut of those on them, and they can't recycle those batteries. So that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, the thing to point out as well with these power banks, these basically these electric generators, you need a means to power these things up. You need a means to charge these things. So unless you have solar panels, whether it be on your house that you can charge these up, or external ones that you can put in your garden and during the day and charge them up that way, they're kind of, they just become bricks after 16, 17 hours. I mean, another thing you can do is you can have a diesel, you know, backup generator. And they are kind of noisy, but you can run the problem. But you can power the power banks with the diesel generator, you know, during the day, and then at nighttime use the silent electric. You know, you could do it that way. And it's probably a good idea to have both anyway, if you can afford to do that, because you know, especially like if you know, like Chef, I mean, if you've got huge freezers full of food, I would probably have a diesel generator, a small one, you know, just in case, you know, because it's quite easy to get diesel usually.
One of the things also that's out there that's becoming popular again, because the engineering on it, are the residential vertical wind turbines. So it's like a helix coil, and wind blows from any direction, it turns. And you have one of those going, and it'll turn at like a 5
mile an hour wind. Yeah,
a little breeze, and it starts turning.
It's funny. I was actually looking at one of them just a couple of weeks ago, but apparently they make a bit of noise. So where I live, it wouldn't be a good idea for me to have one in the garden, you know. But it was weird because they had them on the side of buildings, and some of the videos I was watching, and they were talking about powering cities with these things. You know, they have them all in like strategic places on high-rise buildings and things. So I thought, it'd be great for putting in my garden because I've got a bit of a wind tunnel, but they make a little bit of a continuous noise, which would probably annoy my neighbors.
It depends on the brand. That's one of the things they've been doing, is getting rid of the noise, because the noise is caused by the bearings. And so they're upgrading the bearings on these things, so there's no less and they're balancing everything, so there's less vibration from being out of balance, less noise because they got good bearings that are properly lubricated, greased, and you're going to get there'll be less noise on it. But you have that, then you have a couple small solar panels, so you're not going to have a big solar thing. So now you got two sources to provide power to charge up your power stations. So when the power does go out, you can charge stuff up. But getting back to like the refrigerators and freezers and stuff, using those, you want to make sure that whatever power station you get can handle your essentials, which is refrigerators, freezers. If you have to have a CPAP to sleep at night, you got to make sure it'll power to CPAP. If you need an oxygen generator and you're on oxygen all the time, you got to make sure it can handle that. So you make sure it handles the medicals and your essential freezers, refrigerators to keep that stuff going, and make sure it has the power to run it for 24 hours without charging. And that way, then when you can charge it, you can charge stuff back up, and you want to make sure you have enough panels, wind turbines, whatever, to charge it up in less than 6 hours.
Yeah. I know as well from taking a look at solar panels, I don't have any solar on my house. You know, in the future, I might hope to get some of that. I mean, to my mind, it's a bit pointless having solar power unless you have batteries to store the energy rather than just giving it to the grid for free. But I mean, looking at those power banks, usually they come as a package deal where you can buy the solar panels that come with them, but they're actually usually quite expensive. If you're talking about having one of these power banks at home, you can buy a relatively inexpensive, large, solar panel, just from like a plumbing company and things like that. Brian's pointed this out to me before. They're far more inexpensive than buying them from these solar bank companies. You just buy the panels separately, because they're big and bulky, but you can keep it in a garden shed, no problem, or on a closet down or under your bed, and then you pull it out and put it up in your garden just to power up your power bank. I mean, so it's not on your roof; it's literally just in the garden powering your power bank, and that's a good way of. It's not very, transportable, but it's a good way of doing that as well. You could get smaller ones for phone. See, you were showing us, Gil, earlier the little power bank for powering up the phone. You can buy these they're inexpensive, solar panel things.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
for hiking and canoeing and things like that.
You're not going to get a ton of power out of it, but you can charge your cell phone off of it.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you're not powering nothing other. The only thing I use this for is those kind of power banks that Gil was showing us. I put one of those power banks in there, and I just lay this out, point it at the sun, and to be honest, you'd be lucky if it charges the entire thing up in a day, but it at least gives you something. And if you've got a power outage for a few days and you've got a couple of those power banks, well, why not have these out in the garden, or even if you don't have a garden? These are so small and inexpensive. You can buy a few of these and hang them out of your window, facing the sun, or put them in your car and lie them, across the front window and get the sun that way. So it's just a cheap, inexpensive way of powering a phone, really, is all that.
Right. Last night on my other channel, Camp Pat and Family Compound, the topic was power for your building. We're talking about chicken coops and stuff like that. And so I was showing some people for their chicken coop. For the roof of their chicken coop, they got solar panels. For a smaller chicken coop, they just got a little one, and that powers the little up and down automatic door. Some people are putting wind turbines out there, the old school ones. Combination of wind turbines and solar panels. Yeah. 2 solar panels for the garden shed. Those solar panels are way too much power for that garden shed. But yeah, you can do it and charge other things. You can get a little fancy on it. 6 100-watt panels on a garden shed. And they, companies that talk about putting, your sheds get hot, you can get 12-volt fans that'll run off the panels. So in the hot sun or summertime, they can cool down the sheds. They're making them for a little greenhouse. They have a stand-away one that is a little one just like that. You move it around where you need it. Do it yourself frame for it, or you can go to the one of the other do-it-yourself frames. You can set this out in the backyard somewhere, and you can adjust the tilt of it depending on the season. So in the summertime, it'd be up more flat. In the wintertime, it'd be down steeper, facing the southern sun. So yeah, that's some of the stuff we did last night, and we went a half hour over talking about electricity last night. But yeah.
Hey, back to the first 48 hours.
Yeah. So yeah. So the first 12 hours. The first 12 hours of the outage is, you want to make sure beforehand. You want to make sure you have, some sort of power to survive that first 12 hours. You also want to have communications so you can find out what's going on. Is this a short term? Is this a long term? You need to have communications with family members elsewhere to let them know, I'm okay. This is temporary, or just a little, this is worse than what we thought. This is going to probably be a 2-week power outage because the power substation caught fire and burnt to the ground.
Yeah.
So the first 12 hours is going to be dealing with information and getting, like you said, going downstairs and getting your preps out, Alan. You're going to do certain things in that first 12 hours to meet whatever information you can gather. And if you can't gather information, you're going to get ready so that if it continues on, you're ready to just step up to the next step to keep yourself in a good situation.
Yeah.
So once I've oh, go ahead, Alan. Sorry.
No, I was just going to jump on the thing there where you were talking about speaking to relatives and things for a bit of information. It's probably also a good point now to check. If you've got like elderly neighbors or something, or you know somebody across the street that's got like a medical issue or something. If you have that kind of community, this is when you would now start going knocking on their door and seeing how they are and giving them information. You might be their only source of information. So they haven't got anything at all because they're not prepared. So they're relying on somebody like you. Once you've sorted your own stuff out, go across and see that elderly neighbor and say, this is what's happening. This is what's going on here. Have a glow stick. If do you need me to charge your phone? You can maybe charge their phone up for them or something, and things like that. So.
For the first 12 hours, at first part of the 12 hours, you're going to be getting yourself situated, understanding what's going on, what happened, is it long-term, short-term. The second part of that 12 hours, you're now going to be working on setting yourself up for longer duration. So first you need to get yourself situated, then you need to figure out, okay, this is now going to go on for a while. I just found out 6 hours into it, the regional substation just went down and half the state is out of power and it's going to be a while, maybe 2-3 days. All right, now I got to start to plan forward. Okay, now what do I need to do to make sure I don't lose food, to make sure, I can talk to people and stuff like that. Yeah. So that's where in the second half of your first 12, now you're into the planning stage of what do I got? What do I need to do? How am I going to do it? How am I going to execute my plans? If I need it, do we have to leave because of this, and stuff like that. So it's not just like, okay, light the candles, we're good for 4, 5, 6, 10 days. It's okay, lit the candles because it's dark out. Let's plan and see what we need to do. Let's get information. And now we have to reformulate a plan to figure out where we go from here.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah. And I want to answer this question. Lisa.
That's good because I can't read it.
I was going to answer.
I'm going to translate for you guys. Can you open the front door? I live in an apartment. Can you open the door with a key? She can only use a tag.
Ooh.
But here's the problem we have. I have a key to my apartment, and it's also a tag. So we got Midsummer Eve. We had a power outage. So I went down, and you have a keyhole in the front door, and I tried to put that key in and turn the key. I couldn't.
Wouldn't turn.
No, it wouldn't turn.
That's because it's an electronic. It has an electronic cylinder in there to unlock it. It's not mechanical. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's nuts. That's
a fire danger.
Well, no, you can probably get out. You just can't get in.
Yeah. No, so that means that one of us has to stay home before one of us go for a midsummer party, okay? Because otherwise,
you can't get in.
We can't get back in.
Boy.
Think of that in wintertime, and you get a power outage, and let's say you have minus 15, 20 degrees Celsius. And you can't get back in.
I can see it now. Shadow just ran out to get the mail in his sweatsuit and slippers with a little tiny T-shirt on, figuring he's only going to be out there for a minute. And he turns around and comes back to the house. Boom, power goes out. Now Shadow freezes to death on his front sidewalk.
I tell you what, I used to live in a flat, a block of flats, and it had an electric door into the close. You had to use a fob to open the door. And one time I went out pretty much in my pajamas to let my dogs out, and that door closed behind me. And I was like, damn. And it's like, it's the middle of the day, everybody's at work, and I'm pressing other people's buzzers to let me in. Nobody would let me in. And I'm just standing there freezing. I'm thinking, shit, what do I do? It turns out that there's actually, you were talking about what if there's a fire. The way the door worked, it's like a magnet, an electric magnet.
Yeah.
And there's a switch for the fire brigade quite high up. If you pull it, it releases it and it sets an alarm off. But I knew it was up there, and I had to pull a wheelie bin round and sort of climb up on it and reach up and pull this bloody thing down. And then once I did that, I went in and pushed it back up with a broomstick so that the fire brigade didn't show up. But it's definitely something to think about if you've got electronic access points to buildings and stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't want electronic access on only electronic access on anything. Like my wife's car, she uses the remote. 5 years she had the remote died. She calls me on the phone, my remote's dead.
Yeah, they've usually got a tiny little battery that nobody ever thinks about changing. But
it's got a little battery, and most of them have a button. You push the button just right, a little key slides out.
Yeah.
Did I just freeze up?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Wow, I think my internet's going out. That's weird. And I'm like 20 feet away from it. Jeez.
Yeah, the last thing you said was the battery's dead.
Yeah, she said the battery's dead. My remote, I can't get in the car. I'm like, honey, push the little button on the side there, and out pops a key. I didn't know there was a key in there. I'm like, yeah, that's why there's still a keyhole in the side of your car. She popped out. She's like, oh my God, I didn't know. I'm like, you know now.
Yeah. On electronic access to the houses, my son for the house in California put electronic door locks on all the deadbolts on all the doors, but they're keyed, so the battery's dead. Everything, you can still use the key. Otherwise, just you quickly punch in your code and it unlocks and you go in. But he got the ones that make sure it has a manual key. That's not an expensive key. That's a standard quick set key, and made copies for everybody. Yeah.
That's how my front door is too, Gil. It can use both a key or the entry pad. Yeah. Have you guys talked anything? Have you guys talked anything at all about security? Every one of us live in a little bit different environment. My environment's suburban, but not too far away from here is a whole bunch of zombies, man.
Yeah.
And for
Not
me,
yet. We're kind of just at the 12-hour point, so security is probably the next topic, I'd imagine.
Is it? Okay.
Hey,
well, I'm sure it's in there. We kind of touched it a little bit, first, like Spain.
Okay.
It didn't take 12 hours for all hell to break loose. It took 2.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because I think that you should build that into your plans. Have someone awake at all times, if it's at all possible. Have someone awake at all times.
Yeah.
Just sitting there quietly reading a book and keeping your ears and your eyes open, because people can turn sour on you really, really fast, man. And it's going to be one of your neighbors who's going to kick down your front door to get your generator.
Plus, you're going to have the opportunists. You're going to have the people that, there's no street lights on.
The opportunists,
The street lights are off. People are in darkness, so they're all sort of sitting tight. There's going to be people out there like, oh, great opportunity, because the police, they're busy dealing with other things like we talked about earlier on. This is a great opportunity to get out there. Pitch black gardens. People are, they normally have those security lights. I've got security lights in my back garden, that if somebody walks in front of them, they go off, but it relies on power. It's not battery.
Yeah, that's right. Bob's got, I think you do, right? They're solar powered security lights, motion detector. Yep.
A lot of them.
So you don't have to leave them plugged in. The power goes out and they still work, which is great to have around the perimeter of your house. Shining away from your house, not on your house. So,
Yeah. I've got a bunch of them all the way around my house, all the way around. Solar.
I got some too, but it's also a double-edged sword. But I think I like the edge that the light's on. The double-edged part is like someone's going to see, oh, he's got power, not realizing it's just a solar-powered little light.
Oh, you're going to see a lot of those these days. You could drive down the road at 2 a.m. Well, if you're up that late, and people have their lights off, but you drive by and you just see lights coming on and off randomly all places, but they're not super bright, and you can tell right away that's a solar light.
Yeah.
Of course, then if it's not mounted very well, somebody might see it, and then they don't care if it turns on. They're going to steal your solar light.
Yeah.
In fact, I use some of those solar lights inside my house. I'm going to make a video about it. was motion sensor to go on and off randomly inside my house while we're milling around. And I'm running into a problem. I'll put this on a video. I'm running into a problem because I've been running 2 of them consistently since last summer. And now the cheap batteries that are inside of them are not holding a charge anymore.
Yeah.
So that I'll make a video about that. But
I'll take it apart and put a good rechargeable AA or AAA, whatever it is. Put those in there.
Yeah, these are different. These are a flat top battery that you have to. I got some on order to see if they'll work or not. But
well, if they're inside, how many volts is it? Is it 1.5, 1.2, 3 volt?
Like that, Chef. I don't have the light.
Yeah, they just jump the wires and put a wire out the side of the box with some kind of a plug on it and plug it into a regular rechargeable battery externally. Just tape it to the back. If it's inside, you don't have to worry about waterproof.
No,
I passed the bullshit.
Yeah.
No, I found with that Chinese stuff, if you start pushing and pulling inside of those little cheap things,
it breaks easy.
They'll break. Yeah,
well,
it breaks. It's very, very. But I recommend those to anyone. Put them inside and outside. But I've been doing it inside because I noticed one of my neighbors have got lights like that they just come on and off different random times, and I went, "That's freaking brilliant," because you don't know if they're really awake or not.
Right.
You know, I'm pretty sure they're home, but the first floor lights will just come on and off at different times. I went, hell yeah, I could do that too with these solar lights. Yeah, but I'll make a video about how I remedy
the other thing to consider security wise for this, and when Bob said security, it popped into my head.
Mm-hmm.
Blackout curtains. Sometimes when the power goes out, you don't want anybody see any lights coming from inside your house. You want to appear like everybody else and not have any bright lights. And if you may in one room leave a candle going in there, or an LED candle, one of those fake ones. So there's all they got is a candle. They're not, they're up, they're not doing anything else, so they'll avoid you. But if you have all the lights, your house is suddenly lit up again and everybody else is dark.
Oh, you mean like the Generac commercial where the whole neighborhood goes out except for one house that has all their Christmas lights on, and everybody's like, I should get one. It's like, look, there's power. Let's go.
Yeah, my neighbor, for example, he's very well prepared, very well. And as soon as power goes out, his generator fires up. Now, him and his wife were not home, and their generator is running while the rest of the neighborhood is out. I mean, guess who the thief is going to target in right on that house? It's like, hey, there's nobody home. Bam! And they kick in their door and they're in. I've got a generator, but that is the absolute last resort for me because I'm in the suburbs. My neighbors are real close by and like, hey, their house has got a generator. Let's go see if we can plug our phone into his generator.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
in that case, you need to take
this little tiny extension cord. Run this little tiny extension cord 100 feet to your house. We'll burn out whatever you got.
But put together in your own home a plan. Make a schedule. Who's going to be awake? Who's going to go to sleep? It's something to look into.
Yeah. The other thing, real quick, before we move on to the next 12 hours, those little solar walkway lights that you can get. Power goes out, gather them all up, bring them back in the house.
Yeah,
they will disappear out of off your property from the neighbors. But you bring them in, you open them up, you disconnect, you take the battery out, so we have fully charged batteries, and you just turn one or two of them on when you need lights.
Most of them, even the cheap ones, have an on. Like when you look at the bottom where the battery goes, it has a switch on it, on/off sensor.
Yeah. Not the real cheap one. Well, the ones
mine do. Yeah, I got mine were cheap, but not stupid Amazon China cheap.
No, I got mine at Sam's Club, the 5-pack of the the really nice looking ones. No, they don't have a switch on the bottom.
Oh, mine do. That's where I bought mine there, and that's where mine have the switch on it. Yeah. You got the cheaper version. That's all.
Shall we go over to the next?
Can I share something with their Shadow?
Yeah.
Recently, when we lost power, the owner of the coffee shop, they live in the hills. They lost power. We didn't down here in the valley, but that's what they used. One of the things that they used was her husband went out to his shop and he got a work light that's rechargeable.
Yeah.
And he brought that into the house, and she said, "Man, this thing worked great. Just set it up. It's rechargeable." And he turned it on, and then he also went outside in his backyard and he picked up his solar lights and brought them into the house. It's like,
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah. Okay.
Can we go over to the second hour of love talk about what needs to be done in the second 12 hours, 13 to 24 hours?
A lot of that depends on the information you received during the first 12 hours.
Yeah.
If it's going to be ongoing for a longer time, yeah, there's a lot to do. If it's like, oh, repairs are going to be done in the next hour or two, that kind of puts starts putting the brakes on the things you're going to be doing, because power company saying, yeah, we found out what it is. Transformers being replaced. The crews will have the power back on in 2 hours. That kind of limits it. But if it's like, okay, yeah, the substation burnt down, we're trying to reroute power from other substations, it's going to be a while. Then you keep on with your plans of what you're going to do.
I think as well, you're going to need to.
Hey, Ryan, good to see you.
Depending on how you usually cook your food. So if you've got an electric hob, an electric oven, or electric heating, this kind of stuff, you're going to have to think about how you're going to, prepare food. How are you going to boil water? How are you going to cook things?
Yeah.
Do you have, whether it be, camping gas, that you're going to set up a little gas sort of stove system in your house somewhere to boil water and cook food and stuff like that. These kind of things. I've got loads of these kind of things all over the place all the time.
Yeah.
It's good depending on the time of year as well. You're going to have to think about temperature management. If we're talking about the absolute, depths of winter here, you're going to have to think about how you're going to heat, your house. I'm assuming not everybody has gas central heating or a wood burning stove. If you have electric radiators and things like that, you're going to need to think about hot water bottles, blankets, congregating into one room, cold management. If you live in a very hot place and you normally rely on air conditioning, I mean, to my mind, that's probably a little bit less of a problem in some ways. I could be wrong, as I don't really come from a place that has a great need for air conditioning, but I can imagine that can be very uncomfortable at night and during the day, and you're going to have to figure out some sort of way of controlling the temperature in your house so that you don't overheat and things don't spoil quicker. But then you have to think about security. It's not just a case of opening up all the windows, because then you're going to have the problem of security, but you're inside a baking house, so you're going to have to think about that stuff as well. Incidentally, by the way, see if you're talking about having gas stove, these kind of things, normally people, when they have camping gas stove, they have those propane type ones, those long air cylinder type ones.
Yeah.
I've got those as well, but I actually find these are better. I'll tell you why. One, because you can use them as, a way of boiling water and cooking food. But you can also get things like these. This is a lantern. This is a gas lantern that fits on these. So not only does it provide light, it also provides a little bit of heat as well. So if you're in a particularly cold place, it doesn't put out a lot of like carbon monoxide or anything like that. It puts out a little bit. You do have to be a little bit careful about that, but not so much. The great thing about these is the reason I've got this is because I tend to use these gas cylinders a lot when I'm camping, but I always have a little bit left. And I don't want to take the whole cylinder with me when it's just got a tiny little bit left, because it's not enough. But it's good for burning something like this, and this will burn all day, all night. This will go. You can regulate it. It does actually put out a bit of heat.
Yeah, that's good.
They have something new for those that you'll be interested in. They I just saw on a video on it. It's like it screws onto the top of it and has two outlets on it. Going up, so you can put a lantern on one, and you can put a little one of the little burners on the other one off of one cylinder, like a little splitter.
Yeah.
which is really cool.
Okay. I never heard of that one before.
I just saw someone did a reel on it about 3 weeks ago. I saw it and they said this company just came out with these.
I'll share one of my videos with you guys here. I recently got a new camp stove for my place. My old one still works, but it's getting beat up and it's time to get a new one. And here, I'll share it with you. But the way I buy these little propane bottles that powers these camp stoves is one at a time. I'll wait until some of them go on sale and buy 2 or 3. They used to sell them in 6-packs, but the supermarket doesn't sell them in 6-packs anymore. Or I'll buy them by the 6-pack. You see the little propane bottle on the side right there?
Yeah.
That's what I did. That's what I rely on. That's one of my ways of cooking right there, and heat. But I found that our stove is electric, but it's got a glass top on it. And on my channel here, I also shows where I've ordered some little rubber feet for the bottom of the camp stove, and I showed how to install them so that it doesn't slip around when it's being used.
Yeah, and those stoves are really awesome, actually.
They are. I've cooked them already.
You can get them fairly cheap here.
Mm-hmm.
So I had in mind to buy one.
Yeah, that's a much more practical solution than something like I'm talking about, because really this is just for a hiker, you know, who's boiling a little pot of water. Yeah. But if you're actually doing cooking for your family, you need a couple of pots going, and you're doing something long term. Then you need something like what Bob's got. That's
what's neat about what Bob has. You can also get an adapter hose to go to a 20 or 30 pound tank.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's what I have in my kitchen right now for the my indoor outdoor propane cooker. And actually, I can show you. Let me go up here. And all right, so behind me here is my indoor outdoor propane cooktop. That over there was still an electric stove, but I got this so I could do canning on. And you're not going to see it, but down on the floor down there is a 30-pound propane bottle. And so that's what I use for when I'm doing canning. Of course, now I've replaced that stove with a gas stove. I got the gas company come in and run gas lines to where all my electric, the furnace got replaced. They ran gas lines for the water heater, for the clothes dryer. And so I've gotten rid of all my electric appliances in the house other than the microwave and the refrigerator and freezer. Most of the stuff now is gas. But I still have this sitting on the counter because last month I was canning here. I was canning on the gas stove. I was doing a lot of canning that day, and I had all the canners going, and it works great. But one of these little things, this thing here is friggin' on sale now on Amazon. It's here in the U.S. It's $20 less than what I paid for that 8 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. It's the exact same model and everything, and it's $20 less. And it's just, my wife is thinking it was going to make me take it out. She saw me using both stoves. She goes, "Okay, you can leave it in here a little while longer. But this summer, you're building a shelf out there so we can take it outside and do our canning outdoors in the summertime."
I'll show you.
That's really great for that.
I'll share an option for you guys here. There we go. This is one of my videos that shows it's a refiller for the small bottles.
Yes.
It's just a union that goes on the bottom of your larger tanks, and it's about $10 on Amazon, and you can screw in your smaller 1-pound cylinders into that and refill them. So that's for a more long-term power failure. Yeah.
How many times can you refill those?
Well, they're 1 pound tanks. It's a 20-pound bottle, so probably get 20 refills out of it. You could buy those adapters at some of your big box stores too, and some of the hardware stores in town. You don't necessarily have to go to Amazon.
Right. But Okay, I'm not sure how many times you can recharge those little 1 pound cylinders, but what I do is I do a sniff check, because if you refill them 2 or 3 times, some of them will have just a tiny leak in it.
Yeah.
So
Those,
I just
the
sniff check
regular
them and I
Coleman
throw it.
bottles are the regular Coleman bottles are not designed for refill. You can buy
Mm-hmm.
bottles that are designed. They have a different seal in the neck where you fill it up from, and they're designed to be refilled. I had a bunch of empty Pro. I've had them for years. I'm like, I never threw them out. I want to save them because I want to try to refill them. And I think I had like 12. I refilled the first one. I refilled, did a sniff test. It's fine. I always left them outside. I never put them inside.
Right.
And then the second one I did, and I wouldn't fill it up and then disconnect it. I would just put a little bit in it and then stop it and take it off just to make sure. When I pulled it out, oh no, it was a jet of propane coming out of that thing. I threw that across the yard. I'm like, yep,
Oh,
nope, that one's going in the trash.
The O-ring cracked and went away.
Oh yeah, and it looks like it's just a standard Schrader valve from like a car tire, which it is. But yeah, they're hard to get out because there's a plastic collar, an insulator collar in there. So you got to get that out first before you can get the Schrader valve. Yes, I've taken them apart. And no, they're not easy to fix. So at that point, throw it out, get another one.
But that little adapter, if you've got a larger tank, is an option, especially for your lantern, for your Coleman lantern, or I've got propane lantern and propane for cooking, both. So
yeah, follow the directions. You got to flip the bottle upside down. Some bottles won't work upside down. Some of the newer ones there's a valve built in, so if it tips over, it shuts off. But yeah, you can do it. Just got to make sure that bottle, depends on who makes the main valve for the bottle, it works.
Yeah, so this is the cook stove I got off of Amazon. It currently is $85.99, well, $86. Free shipping if you're Amazon Prime. Yeah, I got this in November of 2022. But yeah, you use it indoors, outdoors. There's the sizes on it, and the gas knobs here are good enough to micromanage the flame. So I was able to, when I was canning on it, Mark was there. He was watching my first time on it, first couple times, and I just had to adjust it a little bit. I could keep the jiggler where it would just barely jiggle now and then, and I kept the temperature right up there where it wasn't going all the time. So yeah. So anyways, that's it there, and I will drop the link in the chat for those. I'm not sure if it's just going to go to Shadows and mine, or it's going to go to everybody.
So if you could drop the link in StreamYard, it goes everywhere.
Okay, just dropped it in StreamYard, so it should have gone everywhere. And yeah, so that is probably my best. I mean, for $85, that's 10 times as good as any of my camping stoves. Because you got a lot better control on it. You can go higher and lower, and just absolutely amazing. For $85, man, that's the cat's meow.
Here's I'll share the screen out one more time here, Shadow.
No problem.
The good thing about those little 1 pound propane bottles is you can see on my work table where I'm refilling some of the bottles, the different things that I've got set up. One is a propane torch. One is a propane cooker. With those little propane bottles, I've also got 2 lanterns, they're camp lanterns, and a $10 adapter, and you're good to go, man. It'll keep you going for weeks at a time. I don't know how else to say it, but just one of those $10 adapter to put it into a big bottle and refill, and you can just constantly refill if you need to.
Plus, you're saving a fortune.
Yeah, and it's thinking long term. But, thought I'd share that out too. Just get one of those adapters in a larger bottle, and one at a time, just one step at a time, one part at a time, one piece at a time, and until you've got enough to keep you going.
It kind of goes to show just how valuable a wood burning stove would be in a situation like this as well. I don't know if you guys have got one. I haven't got one. I
do.
want one, you know. But I mean, it provides warmth. It provides a means to cook. It provides a means of lighting. Granted, for one room, but a wood burning stove would be an invaluable tool in a prolonged power outage, I think, especially in the winter time. And it's just the kind of thing they're trying to outlaw in this country, which is not surprising. But yeah, I would say if you've got the means to get yourself a wood burning stove, it's a fantastic prep to have. I've got one for my tent, but I haven't got one for my house.
All right, this goes with the propane tanks. So you do it's called a distribution post, they call it now. We used to call it a propane tree for decades because it goes on top of the tank. And so this is the two-parter, so you can run the short, or you can add the top on it. And the top one, when it's really tall, you put a propane lantern up on top. That way you can cook. You put it next to the table. You cook on the table. You got two outlets to do stuff down on the table. Let me find some more pictures here. And if I see see it like that, there you go. Boom. He's cooking off of one of the lower ones. They're running the lantern, and then she has a heater for her. So there's this is one of the things, if you're going to get a setup, this is one of those nice sets where you can run multiple things off of it. And yeah, so anyways, that's one of the other things. I got one in the house here using the master bathroom for the little Mr. Buddy heater. And I got 4 others out in the shop from the scout troop when they went, and they said, keep all the stuff. So I got 4 from the scout troop.
Here you go, guys. This is another option. I've got stuff staged for, okay, as soon as the propane is all exhausted, I've got wood. And let me get back to the original video and see if I can start it. I make my own fire starters. And yeah, the situation here was my wife wanted to cook some stinky fish. You know, some of that Asian fish stinks, dude. So here's the electric little single burner thing. Didn't heat up high enough. So if you take a look, I'll see if I can find a close up for you. But down there is a paint can, and I cut a big hole in it and some air holes on the side. And we'll go back here to where I've got wood that's already pre-cut and waxed so it won't get wet, even if we get a rainstorm. It's pre-waxed with pre-waxed fire starters, and we can cook anytime. And you can see how well that little paint can stove works, because my wife's cooking fish for dinner right on top of that. Right?
Yep. I can see it boiling.
Huh?
I can see it boiling.
Yep. Yeah. And see, that electric thing didn't generate enough heat to cook the fish. So she comes back in, all right, I'll go start a fire.
Is there a hole in that metal plate on top, or is that just a metal plate?
It's just a metal plate that the pot sits on top of.
Oh, wow. Some good heat transfer through that.
Oh yeah, it's open. It's open, right? And
under the pot, it's an open hole.
Right.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Let me go back there. But I got the idea of a paint can stove is because my wife grew up overseas, and that's how they used to cook their meals, was right on top of one of those paint can stoves. So I one-upped it. I got a bunch of bed frames from a secondhand store, cut them up, welded them so I could put like a 5-gallon cauldron on top of there and boil water. Get it?
Yeah.
And to be clear, you don't need to know how to weld. You can, if you have a hacksaw and a drill, you can cut those bed frames down into whatever sizes you need, leave little tabs on it, drill holes that you could bolt it together.
Yep. There it is. There it is working. And that got that because, my wife grew up using tools like that. So I take it another step, make it bigger and stronger, and then make sure that the supplies are on hand and ready to go. In an instant, I can start a fire. In an instant, I can keep a fire going. and throw her little brown ass outside and get to cooking, woman. You know?
I mean, you could also, if you weren't sort of clever enough to sort of put something like that together, you could just use a barbecue as well. If you've got a fairly efficient barbecue, especially one with a lid, you can get away with boiling pots of water and a decent barbecue as well if you regulate the heat. So if you have garden space,
what I would recommend, that no matter what fuel source you're going to use, have enough of it ready to go right now. Just work on that. Work on that. Work on that. All the wood that I was burning there was clippings off of the trees in our own backyard. And you take a look here, guys. I'm not bragging, but I'm telling you that this stuff is worth investing some time in. See that red tote? There's 2 of them right there. I've got 6 of those full of wood that's set up just for cooking.
You got the branches hanging drying up above behind those red tubs there. We just saw that. I saw it because I know they're there.
Yeah. These are extra waxed fire starters, but make those as some of your goals. I don't have much spare time because I'm always doing something, always making, always building, always improving. Whatever you make and build, test it, find the failures, fix it, and keep going. It's in fact, if he's still around here, what it is called creative redundancy.
He's kicking around somewhere. We just haven't fired him yet. Oh yeah, he's there. There he is.
All right. This is something I made 6 years ago. Did a video on it here. I took a barbecue briquettes fire starter.
There you go.
And let me make it bigger so it shows up. Yes, that's what I used to look like 6 years ago. Before the wife said, "Shave it off."
Damn, age has not been good to you. No, I'm just kidding.
This is just where you put the charcoal briquettes in to start them up, but you can use chunks of wood and stuff for it.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And what I did, let's jump around here. So, this is an emergency stove, homemade. So you put it, but things like this, I'm explaining it won't work that way.
No, you need to give vent holes around the sides. Got no place for the heat to go.
You need something else. And so what I did, brackets and L brackets.
Mm-hmm.
What I did was I cut them, and let's see if I'm skipping ahead here. Cut it right down between the things.
Go way ahead.
Go ahead, and then I'll just say. Then I bent it. And so here's how I put it on. They're cut, they're bent, and they just go right on. You put 3 of them on there, the auto levels.
Bingo.
And then the pan goes on it.
Yeah, you didn't have to bolt them to that thing and compromise the charcoal starter. You just take them off and don't lose them.
Regular thing. And now, look at that gap. It works perfect.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you can find those at least here in the U.S. You can find those at garage sales all the time for $1 or $2.
Yep.
People are going to get rid of the charcoal briquettes.
That's the advanced version of Bob's paint can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very similar. Mm-hmm. Very similar.
And I did that just because it's like that's what we actually did at scout camp one time, because it was raining and the firewood was all wet, but then it stopped. The firewood was still wet, and we had the bag of briquettes in one of the cars. So it's like, okay. And what we did is we just laid pieces of we found some pieces of metal rod and laid it across, but it liked to roll. But we got it, to be able to kick our dinner that night. But I just figured that the angle brackets, just cut those angle brackets on each side, you bend it down, slips right on there, and you're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think as well, see, because we're talking a lot about using things like gas and briquettes and things like that for cooking, it's kind of sucking eggs for us, but I do feel the need to sort of mention, make sure you've got plenty of ventilation if you're using this stuff.
Yes.
Places
Oh, you
where
ain't doing that.
outdoor.
You're not doing it in
Outdoor.
your bedroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outdoor.
You would say that, but as you were talking there, it reminded me of a story I heard of somebody in the UK who gave themselves carbon monoxide poisoning. They didn't die, but they almost did, because they had, those cheap disposable barbecues that you can buy. They had 2 or 3 of those, and they put them in their kitchen, with the windows closed, and they lit them up, and because that's what they were doing to get around their power problem.
There's a lot of
they almost killed themselves.
hibachi deaths here in the U.S. whenever they have something like that. People get the hibachis, and they even some of the ones that left it outside on their balcony or something for an apartment building, but they opened the door a little bit, and the carbon monoxide came in and got them.
The thing is, I mean, you can pick up a carbon monoxide meter, fairly inexpensive. I think you can get it for about like 10 quid or something. Because if you're in a living room, for example, because the powers went out and you've set up your camping stoves, the room is probably big enough, especially if you've got a bit of ventilation and things like that. But if you've got one of those carbon monoxide meters that isn't attached to the wall or the ceiling, and you can bring it in and just sit it on the table, why not? So maybe add that to your blackout box as well.
Yeah, I actually need to. I have one. I got to bring it out to my cabin because, Gil knows that story.
Yeah. One of the things too on the thing I showed there, you don't have to put briquettes in there. You can take pieces of wood and you can actually start a wood fire like Bob was doing.
Yeah.
And if you're lucky enough to have a railroad track nearby, you can go over there and usually find some pieces of coal that have bounced out of the hoppers when they're going to the power plant, and you can pick up some coal and use coal in it as well.
You can burn just about anything. My favorite now, my wife knows, she gets Amazon packages all the time, even stuff for the dog from Chewy. Inside they got a 40-pound bag of dog food in a big box sliding around. They take this brown paper that comes off a roll, they crumple it up and throw it inside. Well, that brown paper is perforated every 6 inches, and it's 12 inches wide. She brings it in. She's like about to throw it in the trash. She's like, no, give me that here. And I take it and I just put my arm against my chest. I flatten out the entire 50-foot piece. I separate them at all the perforations. I stack them up, put a book on it, and now it's flat. Yeah, that's
there we go.
And then that gets rolled up. I put it inside. I have a tub that's going back to the cabin, and I put it in there. That's my fire starter. I mean, I just take a couple pieces of paper, crumple it up, throw it in the fire, and that's what I start my fires with. Hell, why would I buy fire starters if I already have free paper that I paid for?
Yeah. There's there's a lot of things you can do for cooking and stuff. Other things to do in that second 12 hours. Well, that's all right. The problem is for the 12-hour breakdown is, did the power go out in the morning, the afternoon, in the middle of the night?
In the evening.
Yeah. And what's the temperature outside? What climate are you in?
And that's going to shift
everything matters.
what you're doing, when, and where.
Yeah.
But say the power went off early in the morning, and you wake up and you get stuff done. Now it's about noon. It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You receive information, and if you're smart, you've been watching the neighbors as well. Now's the time you go around to the neighbors and start organizing the neighbors. If it's going to be a long time, you get the neighbors organized. You get them. You get them organized and set up rotations to have somebody outside if it's not too cold, and keeping an eye on everything in case the opportunists come driving by looking for a house to break into. And if they see people out there outside, and as they go driving by, and all of a sudden they see cell phones come up taking pictures of cars driving by, they're going to vacate the area. They're not even going to stick around. They're going to go blocks away to do their break-in.
Yeah, I think me and two of my neighbors, if that happened and it's like a nice, not freezing cold winter, whatever. Oh yeah, they'll be driving by. There'll be two guys sitting on our front porches drinking a beer, just watching the world go by, to be like, yeah, we're not going there.
Yeah, there's if it's not wintertime, if it's summertime and the power went out from high winds or whatever else, elsewhere, and the wind's not blowing where you're at, hey, get the barbecue pit out in the front yard and cook your meals out there. Get the neighbors to do the same thing. That way, anybody that does come by is going to be like, oh, hell, there's too many people out here. And they're just going to go elsewhere. But doing that, you can also set up as sort of like a block party, a power out block party, and get everybody and get together and figure out, all right, who's losing what food. And we're going to start, cooking the food going bad first and work our way through the food as several families get together. So you limit your spoilage.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other thing interesting was, and this was on Tammy's Rebel Canners Facebook page when the power outage about a week and a half ago from all the snow and stuff. Someone said, power's out. All right, I got my lanterns. I got light. I'm firing up the wood stove and I'm canning all the meat in my refrigerator and chest freezer.
Yeah, because it may not make it, and you might as well can it. I already have that plan in effect. Wife knows it. Although I took my double burner stove, the big one, that went to the cabin. So I'm kind of screwed at this point, but we have natural gas inside. And so I can always can inside if I have to. We just have to open a window.
Hey, if it's wintertime, can in the inside, heat the house up.
Oh, yeah, but it is a gas stove, and my outside venting vent won't work because I don't have a power. So there's that problem. I don't want to kill myself.
I suppose. Yeah. And another thing with the power as well is we're talking about very localized type power. We're talking about, your street maybe going out. But if it's a much larger power outage, eventually things like your water, the flush of your toilet, the water coming through your pipes. Of course, that stuff doesn't need power from your household, but it does further down the line need power. The pumps running the pressure pumps into the mains. Yeah, if they run out of fuel, okay, now what? Yeah, so they're only going to have if the power's out for the sewage companies and the water companies, they're going to have backup systems as well. But those backup systems, I can't imagine them lasting more than 24 hours, to be honest. I don't really know how big.
It depends on the municipality what they do. I know in California, because I was in underground construction there for a while before I went back into law enforcement. The requirements by the state for them to have huge diesel tanks and generators to run the water treatment plants and to keep them pressurized. Sewage treatment plants, that becomes another problem because of the plants plants can sit there for sewage treatment and accept sewage for 10 days before the tanks start to get over full. Problem is, not everything flows directly to the sewage treatment plant. It may flow downhill to a pumping station, and that needs to be pumped. Well, the power's out, that pumping station's not working.
Yeah, I have one of those pumping stations right down the street from me in my neighborhood, and there is an Ingersoll single axle tow along. I think it's a 50,000 kilowatt or 50 whatever it is. It's a generator, and it's always plugged into the power. So if the power goes out, it turns on. Yeah. Because crap flows downhill, and guess what? The downhill part is in the middle of my neighborhood. I'm uphill from it, usually upwind, so I'm not worried about it. If it overflows, it's like, sorry guys.
One of the other cool things here in the United States, it's happening, but in Contra Costa County, where my wife still resides and stuff, and the counties are in the San Francisco Bay Area, they passed an ordinance on the state level saying you cannot do pump pressure water anymore. Everything must have a water tower or a tank elevated, so you pump the water up there, but it's gravity feed coming down to provide
pressure.
Yeah, provide water pressure to the communities, specifically because of the for fire hydrants.
Oh yeah,
because they don't want to have power goes out. Oh, we have no water for fighting fires. That was part of the problem in the San Francisco, the Great Fire in San Francisco, because they were on pump water, and suddenly, the power's out. We can't pump water.
Didn't that happen in LA recently as well? The there was literally no water coming out of the hydrants, but that had something to do with
There
a
was that
reservoir
problem
being emptied
but yeah. So
because
yeah,
of some fish or something.
In Northern California, around the Bay Area, any new water system going in has to have tanks up on the hills, or a tower with a big, one of those big balls, and that you see pictures here in the U.S. So they have their full pressure at the bottom. All they do is they pump water up into the tank, and it's gravity feed pressure for the city.
Yeah. Do you Shadow? Do you have them in Sweden? Those towers, those water towers. I've never seen one in the UK. I don't even know if we have them. I don't know if that's purely a North American
Actually,
thing.
most of the water we get is pumped, basically.
Yeah.
So
I think all of the water in the
we
UK
have near me. We have actually a water tower. Actually, so. But we have there is not many of them. It's very few. But the other problem is the gas stations.
Yeah.
They need power to pump the fuel up.
Yeah.
All right. So if people are wondering,
they don't have a backup system long for 24 hours to pump the fuel.
Plus, for a lot.
And of course, there's the Warner Brothers studio has its own water system.
Oh yeah, there's little cartoon characters living there though.
Yeah, they do crazy things.
Little Mermaid lives in there. Yeah,
but here's a concrete one, not a steel one.
Do you know? I've actually seen one of those concrete ones in France. So they do have them in Europe in that case, if that's what.
Yeah, and if you do a zoom down from Google Earth, whatever, on New York City, most of the buildings, the older ones, not downtown, but most of the older buildings have tanks on the roof.
Yeah, I've seen those in movies and things like that. But then New York also uses steam to heat their buildings still.
Right, that's public steam, which is its own
Here
weird
you go,
thing.
The ones on top of the buildings.
That's it. They're everywhere on the older buildings, the smaller ones, not the big buildings, but the smaller ones.
Yeah. Well, even the big buildings, the Empire State Building.
They're inside.
They're inside, but they got tanks up there.
Yeah. That's because it's easier to pump water all the way up to the top and let gravity regulate the pressure coming down than it is to pump water up to the bathroom on the 104th floor from the basement.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just thinking as well, an interesting thing about the petrol stations that you were talking about there is you might actually see a bit of a rush on petrol stations from people using their cars as a source of heat and power.
Oh yeah.
You know, I can imagine people who, if it's a particularly cold outside, they're thinking, wait a minute, there's a heater in the car. Let's just get in the car and switch it on, and we can also plug our phone in, to the USB in the car, and that's how we'll get power. So they're effectively using their car like a generator. So if a lot of people are doing that, they're going to, you might get a bit of a run on the petrol stations.
Yeah, that's a huge waste of fuel to run your car, to charge your cell phone, and to just get in it and get warm.
A huge amount of people would do that, I think.
If they got nothing else, that's all you got. It's like, well, let's just get in the car, kids, and start the engine.
There's the tanks up on hills.
Right.
These are tanks up on hills, and you see the
gravity feed.
The gravity feed down to the community down below. But if you're in an area that has gravity feed, find out, because that's one thing you can take off your list for a while, or put it farther down the list to worry about, is water. If you have gravity feed water, sewage. Every house I have owned has been uphill from the manhole barrels. Every house. Here, I am the last house on the sewer line, so everything flows from me downhill to everybody else in the city.
Yep, same here.
My wife, the house sits about 8 feet above the street. The sewer manhole in the street in front of the house is 8 feet down, so that's 16 feet from our house to the manhole. And then it goes down the street. The next manhole is 50 feet lower down the street.
Nice. Hey, Bob, you were going to say something?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've done that back in 2020 when the radicals cut power. Is when recharge my daughter's phone because I didn't have any way to recharge them. Is I just put her in the car, run the car for a little while, and I'd sit in front of the car with my sidearm on and guard her while she's recharging her phone. I've done that. But recently, the lady who owns the coffee shop showed me, she sent me something through Facebook. It's a battery pack. Costs about $200. And what they would do is they would plug that main thing from the cigarette lighter thing into her battery pack, recharge it in about just a few minutes with their car, and then they bring it in, and that kept them going for several days on a charge.
We were
for
talking
their-
about
their
that before.
tablet.
That's what Gil has
Yeah.
his whole house set up on that. And yeah, I got a Jackery and same thing. I mean, yeah, don't use your car. I mean, have some kind of other small, even those 4,000 milliamp portable power stations for your cell phone. It'll charge your phone like 6, 8, 10 times.
Yeah.
But don't sit there and do that so you can sit there and watch videos because you're bored.
Yeah.
You start to learn how to regulate your electrical usage when you watch your Jackery percentage start going down and you're going, I don't think I'm going to make it 24 hours with this thing because my usage is high. So I guess I don't need to run this fan, this light, this, that, the other thing, and get your numbers down so you can try to at least make it to the next day where you can throw the solar panels outside.
Yeah.
Well, I have I found some water towers here in Sweden, actually. And this is pictures from.
I like that one on the bottom left. That's now in the near the middle. That kind of a mushroom one. Yeah, that one. Mm-hmm. That is I like it. That it's got multiple legs on it to stabilize the other single ones in the middle.
Yeah. There are different versions of them. That looks like a UFO.
Wait, it's Men in Black. That's a UFO they came to the Earth in.
That's right. In an emergency, just open it up, climb in, fly away. Yeah.
I was trying to look to see if there was any in the UK. Apparently there is a few, but they're kind of just historical landmarks. They don't really use them anymore. It does say that the UK has some gravity-fed water in its supply, but it uses reservoirs that are under pressure. So rather than towers, it pumps them into reservoirs and then does it that way. But other than that, we don't really have them in the UK. So I've never seen one of these towers in the UK, but according to the internet, 2 or 3 of them do exist.
Yeah.
This is a very old water tower.
I bet some people have turned them into fantastic houses, like renovated them into something cool.
Yeah.
I'm following a guy on YouTube. He lives in the UK. He's renovating one of the old water towers, and they're cleaning all the pigeon poo out of there. It's multi-story, but all the plumbing has been taken out of it. But it's still a structure that's very sound, built 200 years ago.
There's a picture there of one that's probably been renovated. Yeah,
there it is.
That's pretty cool.
Yep. But I'm going to bounce out of here, guys. And remember to just gather your gear one piece at a time, then test it, make improvements, and just keep going.
And practice with it.
Yeah. Test it out.
Too.
Yep.
Yeah. Use the stuff. Don't just collect it.
Take notes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Peace
Catch
out,
you later,
guys.
Bob.
Gotta go.
See you later.
Later, Bob.
Later.
Take care, Bob.
Later.
Later.
Yeah, how do I put this? So so your first day, we're coming to and I'm looking at the clock here, we're coming to the end of the first day, and you do things, and if this is going to be going on for several days, like I said, always keep up, so at the first you got your information. Later, double check your information. Things change. Information changes. They got something fixed, or they found another problem. So now you're at the 20 coming up. We're starting the 24th hour. Again, check your information. See what's going on. I just thought of something. Several years ago, old school prepper up in Oregon had a power outage for, I think it was about 10 days. And so her water was her well. Well, she had thought ahead of time, besides having the electric pump in the well, she ran down a pipe for a hand pump. And she had videos out there, all right, power's still out. I'm going to go out there. She's pumping water and bringing buckets of water in for the toilets, for cooking, for doing the pot bath, where you just use the pot water in the bath and you just kind of sponge yourself down and, keep yourself as unstinky as possible. But then she had a rainstorm. And what did she do in the rainstorm? She put all her pots outside and gathered rainwater.
That is what I would do.
Yep. And so that's one thing to do. Now, one of the other things that throws back to the 60s, when I was a pre-teenager, and we just got our brand new Swin bicycles for Christmas. We went and got the little headlights to go on the bicycle that weren't battery powered there. So that had a generator thing. You hit the button and rub against the tire.
Oh, yeah. I had a bicycle with that system.
Yeah, you can't find those anymore. They don't sell them.
No.
Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure. I think you might be able to find them. I have to check on Amazon again. They had them there a couple of years ago.
I still got one of my old 10-speed out in the shed, and I'm pretty sure it works.
Yeah. So what you need to charge stuff up, find out what the voltage and wattage output of one of those is. Bring the bike inside, block up the rear wheel, put it on that. So use it like an exercise bike, and you're heating yourself up, or put kids on it and make them do it. But you can charge up your small rechargeable AA and AAA batteries for your other lights.
Yeah.
Because by now these lights are going to be going dead.
Yeah.
Let me look here.
Kind of that's the point. I would start using my candle supply once my lights all started to die off,
Yeah. I
was actually just taking a look at some of the longest periods of time in the UK that people have been without power. Recently, in 2001, Storm Arwen knocked out power in parts of Scotland and England for just about 9 days. But there's been a few other storms, 7 days, 2022, 24 hours recently, another storm. The longest consistent period of time there's been a long-term power outage. It was due to power rationing, which took place in the 70s, which lasted 2 months, where power was intermittently switched on and off due to coal miner strikes. So that's the longest period of time the UK's had continuous power out.
There's your bicycle generators.
Yeah.
You get the generators for $17, or you get it with the light kit and everything else for $20. Oh, here's a cheap one for $12. I'd avoid that one. But the $22 and $22 ones come with the lights and everything. Yeah, but you can also figure out what the voltage and wattage is of one of those things, and that you can charge. Get one of the little chargers you need to charge it up, or make your own little battery bank that matches it, so you can charge up your little battery bank. As you go, just charge up a bunch of them. Take it from there.
Yeah, I think if we had a particularly long period, once we get to this point, I think the cooking and the heating aspect would be more of an issue than the lighting aspect. Yeah. I think because by now people would probably be getting used to the fact that, okay, we've went through one period of darkness. We'd now be in the second period of darkness now. So you kind of get to know how much light you need for the space that you're in. So you might start off by having too many lights, and now you've realized, I don't really need a light for the hallway. I can make it from the living room to the bathroom without a light in the hall. and
Yeah.
you know, you can cut down on that, but you're going to really start to feel the need for energy at this point to heat things.
Yeah. I did a little more research. Some of those chargers that are on Amazon, they are 12-volt, 6-watt little generators. But the faster you go, it increases the wattage. But that's your average wattage for use on those bicycle generators is 6 watts.
Yeah.
You can get old school cranks for you know, generating lights and things like that as well. I don't really know what they would be called. Funnily enough, I was actually watching the old movie Flight of the Phoenix last night. The old one, not the new one. And they actually,
Jimmy Stewart.
yeah, and they actually have a hand cranked generator in the plane. And you know, they rebuild their plane. For anybody that's never watched the movie, they're in the desert and they rebuild a plane.
Excellent
Basically.
movie.
Fantastic movie, very, very good for like a prepper sort of survivalist movie, I think. But yeah, they were using a hand crank generator and they were taking it in turns to do this thing so they could work through the night. And you know, they had welders and everything from this. Yeah, I don't really know how realistic that was, but pretty cool anyway.
Well,
I watched a couple of years ago a guy on YouTube. He took a bicycle, took off the rear wheel, put a generator on it, connected to the chain, and he could just put his feet on the pedals. And
yeah, that was a car. I think I saw it was a car alternator he modified out.
Yeah, and that worked really well. Actually, he got exercise at the same time he generated some power.
Yeah, things I can tell you from personal experience on building one of those, the alternator you got to get has got to be a low amperage alternator. You put your 35 amp alternator on there, and you start pedaling, and when it excites and starts to engage, also you're like, oh, jeez, you're hardly turning it. They're just dying trying to get it to turn. You want something to like a 5 or 10 amp alternator maximum. Or you get a generator. I mean, you get the generator starter off of a Harley Davidson. Works both as a generator and a starter, and it's a lot easier to turn over.
Yeah, if it's off a Harley Davidson, it'll break down immediately, though. So you know.
You get an Indian brand one. But yeah, there's options. Not Anthony. Reed at Manifestations of Imagination. He now changed his channel to Reed In. He took apart a treadmill which has a DC motor on it. Well, thing is though, a DC motor
goes both ways.
Both ways. You turn it, it produces power. It becomes a generator.
Okay. Not the most efficient thing in the world, but it works.
It works. And if you have a bunch of kids, rewire that old treadmill, put the kids on it, have them push on it, and they'll be laughing and giggling because I know my grandson kids do that just to push the one here. I'm not getting power out of it, but they're just pushing on it because it's got the diodes that keep the power from flowing backwards. But they're seeing how fast they can get that treadmill to go. So, hey, kid power. Get yourself electricity from kid power. We're motoring along nicely here. Oh,
he waited to say that till Bob was gone.
Yeah.
Because Bob would have said, "You're fired."
Oh yeah. Well, I'm still here, so you're fired.
I had Daniel Berry Sports Highlight just came in on my side. The thing is, though, if you can generate power a little at a time, you can use that to cook with. One of the things, I'm going to switch this picture back here behind me so I can show you something that's in the background here. Visual, there it is. Okay, on the stove back here, that little square thing up there is an induction cooktop. Yes, it's electricity, but it cooks a lot more efficiently than the little coil ones Bob was showing or your regular electric stovetops. You have an induction pan, cast iron works great for it. It'll heat it up and cook faster with less electricity than a regular electrical stove will. And so one of those, I have one of those still sitting. That one's still sitting in the kitchen in its box off to the side. I can plug that into my power station if I need to, and I can cook with it. And it draws less power than the microwave does for boiling water. I can boil water quicker on this than I can for using less wattage than I can in the microwave.
Yeah, I think my wife just bought me, because I use my French press every morning now because I have so many coffee beans. She bought me one of those electric water kettle things that it's induction. And I haven't plugged it in yet. I think tomorrow or tonight I'll plug it into the Jackery and see what it draws, because that would be great.
The orange thing, right there.
Oh, I see it. Yep.
Now that I got the gas stove, I got the little kettle to go on the gas stove, and
I had the kettle, but it took 12, 15 minutes to boil my kettle of water for 1.5 liters of water to run my French press. My wife's like, she bought this. It was like $20. She's like, here, and it boiled water from regular room temperature up to boiling in like 6 minutes. She's like, here, you're not waiting as long anymore. I'm like, wow, probably doesn't draw that much.
90 seconds. 90 seconds.
Yeah.
90 seconds.
That doesn't boil enough water to fill my French press. Sorry.
It's got this one has a big pot on it. Yeah.
Because the thing is, you said that thing works well with cast iron as well.
Yeah. See, anything that's what in induction frying pans have iron or steel sandwiched in the bottom of the pan on it. So basically, it works best with cast iron.
So, I mean, I've got a selection of Dutch ovens in various sizes, and they're the flat bottom kind because I avoid the ones with the little legs.
Perfect for it.
You mean that would also work as something of a heater as well? So if you're in a living room and you've got that set up, it's safer than gas.
Yes.
From a carbon monoxide point of view. But you could also have a large pot of something boiling away there.
Spaghetti sauce.
Yeah. And because it holds the heat so long, it's kind of like a little radiator as well. So,
yep.
I mean, always trying to get as many dual uses out of things as possible in these kind of situations, you know?
Yeah, but nothing, like if you don't have anything on it, you turn it on, you get no heat. It's induction only, magnetic. It's not thermal heat. So, yeah, that's the good thing about it. You put your pot on there, the pot gets hot, you take it off, it's cold.
Yeah, you can put a cast iron pot on that little thing, empty, and it'll get hot. The cast iron pot will get hot. But you don't
probably I wouldn't do that. You'd probably smoke it.
You don't want to do that, but you need to. You can I have a couple of cast iron pots that I use for water, and for scout camp, and you can use one of those on it. There's a lot of things you can do. With that. If you have a source of electricity, even if the power's out, if you have your own source, whether, for a power station, pedal power, whatever, that's going to give you other options you didn't know you had. Like I said, a pedal power generator, like Shadow and everyone's talking about seeing these guys do it on YouTube.
Yeah.
You especially if you have kids, 7, 8, 9-year-olds, they get on there. You're making power for us. They're going to get so excited and pedal faster. Oh, you keep it up, we'll be able to put a video in.
My kid would have his PlayStation on immediately. Doesn't matter if the world was ending outside. That would be his main priority.
Yeah, pedal. Want to play your PlayStation? Pedal.
Three more hours, boys, and
you're pedaling.
3 more hours, boys, and you can watch that 20-minute video.
But getting back, so in the hour 12 to 36, 24 to 36 hours, 12 to 36, things are going to be changing from what you did the first day. The second day, things are going to change. Also, depending on how long it is, how big of an area it is. We've had power outages here in Basalt for, I think the longest one we had was 5 hours. But up the street in Shelley, 4 miles up the road, the one time they still had power. The one time they didn't. Oh, let's head on into Idaho Falls. Now that's another 6 miles beyond that. And so, Idaho Falls, lots of power. But if
it all, what your plans are fully depend on the climate you live in.
Yep.
I mean, I'm talking climate, temperature climate, also unrest climate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got both working together or against each other. And if it's cold out, the unrest may not be as bad because, everybody's just trying to stay warm.
Yeah.
But if it's warm out
there in the snow,
all bets are rough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why you want to have a half decent supply of food as well, because the supermarkets are closed because they're not opening without power.
Yeah.
And, I can't imagine they have much of a generator backup system, even for all their freezers. It's not going to last much past a day, I don't think. Plus the staff, they're not going to go into work when they're dealing with their own problems if it's a local supermarket.
Most supermarkets around here, the ones that have a generator, that's fine. They close. They don't run them. They'll actually close the store, but just let the stuff stay cold so they don't lose the inventory. But the ones that don't, that are a chain, they got 20 minutes to get power back on. If they don't get power back on in 20 minutes to those freezers, store shut down, everything goes in the trash. Because they can't afford for somebody to get sick that it thawed out partially, came back. And so and it's a huge waste. It's like, everybody says, well, just open the doors and let people take stuff.
Yeah.
At that point, take the frozen food. You're on your own. You're not going to pay for it. So technically you stole it. We don't want anything to do with it. We're going to throw it out in it. Nope. Can't do that either.
Well, that's you watch them start throwing stuff out.
Now, by the time it gets to the trash can, the power's back on and that food is junk. Yeah. They won't get rid of it when it's still good. They wait until they just throw it out. And it goes, most of these places don't have an external dumpster. It's a compactor that's attached to the building. You ain't getting in.
Yeah. Yeah. The main thing is to, going back to the very beginning, for talking about advanced mediation planning ahead of time, is to figure out, okay, what am I going to do if the power is out for 48 hours? If the power is out for 5 days, what are you going to do? Get out your notebook, your paper, and start writing down. If the power goes out even for 6 hours with you, write down what happens. Write down what the family does. Because if you all remember what we did, no, you won't.
Write down what the neighbors did so you know what to watch out for next time.
Exactly. Anytime something happens, take notes and then plan around what happened. It's like, oh, well, this happened here, so we need to do this, this, and this. Have a plan and then do what Mike did. Turned off the breakers and ran the plan.
Hey, Reese, good to see you.
I think as well, if you're in a household with multiple members, there's a few of you in the family, and each of you are having to do things to go out of the house, but you have a potentially multi-day power outage. It's probably a good idea to have a plan in place for, okay, at this time we meet here, and this, as a meeting place, because you're not communicating the normal way now. You're not communicating by phone and stuff, but everybody can't just huddle in the house all of the time indefinitely. At some point, somebody's going to have to go to a pharmacy, go to work, go to a store to see this open. If the shops are still closed, there's probably going to be some sort of food drop at some point, and that'll be in some central square somewhere, and they're not going to come door to door.
Good to see you.
Somebody's going to have to go down there and get some supplies and come back, and there's going to have to be things put in place so that people can go out and then come back and meet at a certain time, I would have thought.
Here's a thought on, government or somebody sets up a food area to come get food, water, your rations, whatever. Just because you're loaded with stuff,
still use it.
You might want to go. That shows you're like everybody else.
Yeah.
You don't have a stockpile and look weary, drawn out, and saying, "Is that all I can get?" Yeah, that's all you can get. Here's your six 1-liter bottles of water and whatever food they give you. Now, whether or not you want to eat it, it's another story. But take it home with you, and that way you become the gray man, so to speak. You're looking like everybody else. You're acting like everybody else. You're pretending like everybody else, or you're pretending to be like everybody else. But you're still set. But if you just stay home and the neighbor's like, why hasn't that family come out of the house? They come out, but they're not going to get stuff. I wonder what they got. And don't you make yourself a target then by not participating in that respect, if that makes sense.
Plus, you're going to get some intel from doing that as well. You're going to get a feel from the other people how desperate things are. So you're going to be able to...
What's going on? Oh, my God. Yeah. I heard this. I heard that's like, well, I heard doesn't matter. That's where you can try to ask somebody that looks like they're an authority, what's going on? What do you think? We're going to get the power back. You might get just some bull-faced lie out of it, too. It's like, oh, we're working on it, and we should have it back up any day now. You hear that? Yeah, you're pretty much assured that
it's like 5 more days. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
any day, any month.
It's not just a good place for getting like intel like that. I mean, I imagine whoever's distributing this food going to be some sort of government authority, and that's where they're going to do their announcements. But you'll also be able to gauge just how desperate the people are around about them. So if you start to notice people are starting to get a little bit more, they're not queuing now. They've started pushing to the front of the queue, and then they're starting to maybe get a little bit more aggressive because they're getting desperate and they really need whatever it is that's being handed out. You can start to gauge how the community that's around you is starting to behave and how they're reacting. So it gives you a little bit of a heads up as to the temperature of the people, how desperate they become, because people eventually will become desperate after just a few days.
Yeah.
The thing to tag on to all this here, going on getting information, someone asks you, well, how are you doing? Oh, we got no food left, or we're just, you just play it up. You try to win an Oscar. You try to win an Academy Award for your acting.
Yeah, you don't say, "Oh, I'm doing fine. I just come out here to get some extra free shit because I'm good to go."
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's like, no, I've already eaten the dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what do you mean? How am I doing? How are you doing? Turn it back around. Well, I got the kids, and and they may be looking to say, like, oh, I got the 3 kids, but they're only giving me enough food for me, the wife. Meanwhile, the wife weighs 900 pounds. Do you have any extra food? Now can I have some of your extra water here? It's like, no, dude, I need this. This is all I'm getting. This is all I got. So you're on your own.
Yeah. And if you see people going door to door, knocking on houses, when they knock on your door, don't ignore them, because they think no one's home. They may try breaking in. But if they do, make sure you have someone behind the door so they can't force their way in. But you open it, oh, thank God you brought food to us.
Yeah, you brought food? I've been asking for this. I've been praying. Yeah, something like that. Oh, we don't have food. We're looking for food.
No, we don't have food.
Well, you're no help.
What are you doing here? Oh, we need food. Why don't you bring this food? And start getting agitated at them, and they will boogie.
Yeah.
Yes, and then see the comment there about cash. Here's another interesting thing as well. Cash machine doesn't work.
Yeah.
Your phone doesn't work. And the store hasn't got the contactless payment thing anymore, so it becomes cash. If you still live near a market that's accepting cash, do you actually have any cash? Personally, I have no cash. I don't carry physical cash anymore. So maybe that is probably a good idea to have just a little bit of cash.
You mean my 12,000 Bitcoin that I'm now 10 times over millionaire? You mean I can't use that? Come on, man. I'll give you 1 million Bitcoin if I can get a bottle of water when the power comes back on.
So this is my cell phone case. What do I got in my cell phone case here hidden?
Yeah.
Oh, at least I know what to steal off you next time I bump into you in a crowd.
And
I'm kidding.
Same thing for like a wallet. I have it hidden in here, If I go in here and I look at my wallet, the first thing what you're gonna see is oh, he's got ones, $1 bills. Oh, wait a minute, it's loaded with 20s on the inside. So you pull, and you keep things a little separate, different batches, and that way someone says, "Give me your money." It's like you pull out the bundle of ones and go, "This is all I got," and hopefully you won't try to just grab the wallet. It's like, hey, I need my pass key or something, whatever. Give them some sob story why you need what else is in the wallet that they can't use anyways.
Yeah, Alicia just asked a question, and I know this. When there's no power, 99% of the stores can't operate because they rely on computers for everything. The only place that may still be in operation will be your little mom and pop store on a street corner somewhere, if there are any.
Yeah.
That know how they may use electronic too, but they know how much their stuff is.
Yeah.
So they can add it up on a piece of paper with a pencil because they know how to do math. You open a store, these kids have no idea. It's like, sir, your total is $26.25, and you give them $30, and it's like, oh wait, here's a quarter. After they punch it in, they look at you like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, just give me a 5 back. What? It didn't work. The math that they can't math at all. Yeah. They need the computer to tell them. They don't count your change back in terms of, okay, you started at 25, you gave me 30, here's 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. No, they say, here's $5.22, here's your change. Okay. They don't know, so they have to close. They literally, and last time we had power outage around here, same thing. Stores, if you had food in your car, they didn't care. You have food in your car, they will escort you out the door. You're out, sorry, computers are down. And people halfway through transactions and stuff like that, they don't know. That's always a mess. But nope, they close the doors. Can't do business. That's why the food goes bad, because they're on computers. No generator.
Here in Sweden, our grocery stores here, they don't have any backup power at all. They have small emergency battery packs that keep the register going for 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's enough to get whoever's still in a transaction to get them done so their money doesn't get lost in the system.
Exactly.
And anybody buying them, sorry, just leave your cart right there. We'll put it all back.
So that's a huge drawback, actually.
Yeah.
For the grocery stores. The freezers will get, the food in the freezers will get spoiled after a while, especially if it's a long-term power failure.
Yeah.
And the fridges, the food in there will get spoiled in hours.
That's why I said earlier, when that power goes out, they shut the doors. They won't open because, you can have temperature sensors and that, but they're all powered too. That's why all the stores around here, after a power outage, more than like 12 hours, nope, they got the tractor trailers coming in, reloading them on all the fresh stuff and the frozen stuff. Everything else went in a dumpster. They can't sell it. They legally cannot sell it.
And here's the other thing. Even stuff that's not refrigerated, your grapes, your bananas, and everything else, after several days of power outage, 4 days, day 4, some of that stuff, because the temperature change. If it's a summertime power outage, oh man, 2 days, and that stuff's AC. That stuff.
You already got flies. Yeah. You already got the fruit flies everywhere. Yep, clear it out.
So so that's the thing too, is your food you have in the house. If you have fruit in the house and stuff, and the power goes out, and it's summertime, and you've been using your AC, guess what's going to be some of the first food to go bad that's not in the refrigerator?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Your bread is going to mold quicker in high heat. Yeah. That's just some of the problems there is.
Not the bread my wife bought at the store the other day. That stuff's good for like a month and a half before it even starts to get moldy. Yeah. After that 400 ingredient list they got on the back there, I wonder why. She's like, oh, but it's healthy for me. I'm like, okay, honey. Sure.
It's healthy for you, like a shot of hazmat material.
It's high fiber, low carb. I'm a protein. I'm like, and it doesn't go moldy for a month. I said I made bread last week, and I forgot I put it in a bag after it cooled down. 3 days later, I had mold growing. I said, "What do you think is going on here?" Oh well, she knows, she understands, but it's different. Accept it. Nope, she won't. She's cognitive dissonance is just a full blown on that.
Okay,
I knew he'd be here.
This one. Years ago, I got one at the Sam's Club. They had these little cakes, and they cut them up and they put them in little small things. And I bought several of them. And we had out in my shop there in California, up above, we had what we called the Loft, and that's where we played Dungeons and Dragons. We played Car Wars. We played BattleTech up there. And I took a couple of those up there, and one got stuck back in the corner. All right, piece of cake about that big square, about that thick, got stuck
covered,
back in the corner.
Covered or uncovered?
And it's a little clear plastic.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. 5 months later.
No, 5 years later.
And the mice never touched it. Huh? Wonder why.
Nothing touched it. I went back. It's like it looked as pristine as the day I bought it. It's like that was the last time I bought cake at a store.
Yeah, it's just like the McDonald's burger challenge where the guy had it for like 14 years. Everything was still pliable, still looked good. The French fries, they were cold and soggy, but they still looked like fries. And yeah, everything looked fine. 14 years later, and then his wife threw it out on him because she thought it was trash, and he was pissed.
Yeah.
So somebody catch me up on 2.5 hours. What have I missed? Can we just start again?
Power went out. Oh wait, we're just recapping your life. Power's been out. Now we're into the 24 to 36 hours after the power's gone out. We're not sure how long it's going to be out for.
Right. We started out
crap that just happened. Let's get situated to let's plan, and now we're beyond the plan stage. We're still planning all the time, and into more long-term effects things. What are we going to do? How are we going to act? So you didn't miss much, really.
The first 15 minutes we talked about what you need to do beforehand, pre-mitigation of stuff. Getting your plan, getting your stuff, all that stuff. We talked about first. Then the first thing I threw out there was information. Find out what's going on. Is this going to be a short power outage? Is this going to be a long term? Do you still have Wi-Fi? Can you get online with your phone, or the cell towers down? And then we also discussed: is this happening during the summer? Is this happening during the winter? What are other factors?
Can we? I mean, I know you've already discussed the very start, but as much as we love to plan as preppers and think, yes, in the first hour I would do this, in the second hour I would do this, in the third hour I would do this, and it's all wonderful. But I think you go through the stages of grief when you first lose power. I would genuinely say you go through denial. So, it's fine. It'll be back on in a minute. It'll be back on in half an hour. It'll be back on an hour, and you'll wait. Then you'll be angry because it's not back on. That's the second stage.
I go straight to angry.
Bargaining. Technically, you'd be trying to ring the electric company and see what's going on and get it all sorted out. Then depression because you realize it's going to be off. And then acceptance. And that's when your plan comes into place. So make sure we allow for that at the start.
Good point, Mike.
In the last half hour, I highlighted you and your little thing of going for the weekend without power, and you're making notes as things went wrong.
Yeah, and I tried to do it as realistically as possible because I could have easily had everything prepped and ready and know exactly where everything is and have everything out that I was going to eat that day. But I tried to do it as if it happened now. So the first thing I did, which you didn't really see in the series, was hit my shin on the table as soon as I got up to get the torch. So the first thing I did was hit my shin and swear. So I edited the swear out of that. So where you see the lights go off and then me come on with the torch, there's a good 5 minutes in between there where I cut off because I'd hit my shin and I was going, you
One of the things I did point out, and some others joined in too, is this is what I got in my place. This plugs into the thing, and power goes out. It it automatically comes on when the power is out. You can use it as a regular flashlight, turn it off and on, but you plug it in, you turn it on. If there's power, it charges. It doesn't, the light doesn't come on if there's power. As soon as the power goes out, it comes on. And I got 9 of these around the house.
What's the life on them?
All right. So I bought the first 3 because I shared the Amazon link for it. I bought the first 3 in 2022. And the first 2 years, the grandkids were unplugging them and running around playing Star Wars, fighting with it for hours on end. And sometimes I would find one left underneath the chair or on their bed when they spend the night here, on their bed on. I would find it the next day, and it's just slowly dying out, but it still has some light. So I just plug it back in, and these things here, they work good. They work good. Yeah. They work. They're grandson approved.
What? Let me see if I can find a UK version then, because you've got them silly 2-pin things.
Yeah, they're probably called. I would look under rechargeable safety flashlight, or rechargeable light, or plug-in safety light, or something like that. You'd probably find it.
Do you have Energizer brand stuff there in the UK?
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
that's what this generally... is. It's Energizer, so they probably make one for you as well.
It's got
that
rechargeable.
It has that funky, weird UK plug on there that nobody likes over here.
they're specifically designed so when you stand on them, it feels like you've been stabbed through the foot.
Yeah.
Oh, Legos.
You know, no, worse than Legos. Alan will know. Alan, you've stood on a plug before, right? Barefoot.
Oh, of course.
Rite of passage in the UK.
Oh, Pepper just found a 2-pack for €30.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Lira, pounds, whatever that weird symbol is.
Do us a favor, Welsh Prepper. Stick a link on the Discord so I can check them out after, if you don't mind.
I did actually watch a YouTube video about plugs one time. Apparently, the UK plug is the safest plug. Not when you step on it, but as an actual plug. The Japanese plugs are the most dangerous. Apparently, they can kill you immediately. And American plugs as well are a bit sketchy. You know, so the UK plugs actually it's pretty good.
It's all
safety-wise.
Safety release, right? Isn't it? It's all to do with the safety release that opens.
Americans in general are sketchy, so
we tried to idiot-proof our sockets. That's all it was.
Yeah. Well, of course, then we do have here in the US, we do have twist lock plugs where you stick it in and it locks. You twist it and it locks in place.
I feel like a plug that locks in place is more of a fire hazard. I'd like to be able to pull it out quickly if I need to.
Well, it's the AC/DC thing as well. You know, like a UK plug isn't going to kill you, whereas I think a plug in America can kill you.
No, we're not. What do you mean? Like you guys run you guys run DC everything over there?
Yeah, because our household current is AC.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
yeah, we're all AC over here, but a lot of European stuff are 220 volt. That's what's in your wall. 220. We only run 110.
Yeah. Except for stuff like clothes dryers, electric water.
No, I mean you know what I mean. I mean like their regular receptacles on the wall
plugs are
220. Yeah, 220 volt. That's your normal, and you also run 50 hertz. We run at 60. Yeah, we run at 60.
Are they not DC? Are they not DC current as well? The
not in the house.
No.
Oh, no. They were DC.
No,
DC is for like vehicles.
Yeah, automotive. And solar panels.
Yeah. DC doesn't do well traveling long distances. You get too much voltage drop.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, 240 volts, if you touch them 2 little prongs in a desk lamp, it smarts a little bit.
Oh yeah, 110. I've gotten whacked by 110. I don't know how many thousands of times. It just makes you go, ow.
Ow. Yeah, you go,
yeah. I mean, you don't exactly stick it in your mouth and turn it on where it's wet, but I've touched so many 110. You just get a little bloop. Oh God, I forgot to turn the power off. Yeah. The smoke comes out of your ears when you touch yours. That's the problem.
Somebody would have come in just as he said, It's not like you stick it in your mouth and twist it and turn it on and have no idea what he's talking about. I just love that somebody will have logged in right then to the stream.
All right, CR. Glad we were able to be in charge while you were on listening.
Oh,
Oh no!
I'm fired.
The evil girl. I'm not saying a thing.
Yep. Nope. Yeah, you guys run at 50 hertz. We run at 60, which is cycles per second of the flip between the neutral and the ground, or the on-off time, or whatever you want to call it. That's the cycles per second of the power on AC current. We run at 60. So when we come over there with our electric razor, whatever, we need to buy a special adapter that not only drops the voltage down to 110, it also changes the hertz or burns out our equipment.
Yeah.
We have 220 volts here.
Yep, 50 hertz.
Yeah, I was just quickly looking online. Apparently, in the UK, because we rely largely on fused plugs, they're more child safe and there's less house fires. Whereas US functions rely mostly on breakers.
Oh, that's the GFCI, the ground fault interrupt. So if you drop a toaster in the bathtub while you're in there, it trips like within 1/1000ths of a second. You'd barely even feel it. But that's not on every outlet. That's only on ones near water wet areas. Your outdoor receptacles, your ones next to your sinks and bathtubs and stuff like that, they're all GFCI or ground fault interrupt. But the rest of them, no, they're just on the breaker. So if something overloads it, it just trips the breaker. Hopefully it was wired right and doesn't burn the wire first.
Yeah. Because all our plugs have fuses in them.
Yeah, that's the and we like a fuse that blows, and you have to replace the fuse.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, every single plug has a fuse.
The cord where you plug it into the wall has a fuse in it. Then the plug itself, not the receptacle.
No, the receptacle.
The receptacle has a fuse.
Yeah.
See in the middle.
Yeah. Okay. There's a. All right. Yeah.
In the middle, that's the fuse that you've got to replace in the plug.
Oh, that's in the that's hooked up to every single item that you plug into the wall, like your toaster and your whatever. Okay, gotcha. In here, over here, no, only Christmas lights have little fuses in line, and everything else is run off the breaker in your garage wherever it is. And yeah.
Well, part of the reason why all the Christmas lights have fuses on them because we have idiots that go, "Ooh, pretty lights! I'm going to put 5,000 strings on my outlet here." I'm going to light up my Christmas tree so they can see it from space.
I would say that, but the desk I'm sitting behind just now, I mean, I've got power adapters plugged into into extension cords, plugged into all sorts of stuff. So, this is a walking fire hazard in here. It's cool though. I've got a fire extinguisher handy just in case everything explodes around about me.
Yeah.
I've got a stack of paper next to my extension cords. Safety first, guys.
Yeah, I agree.
Hang on here. Yeah, the last extension cord I bought.
Hey, Tempest Creek, good to see you.
Was a 10 gauge extension cord that was only 25 feet long. But that was coming off my power station to go across over to where my microwave and toaster were. Because I plug those in, it maxes out the 30 amp breaker on my power station.
You don't really need all that many in the UK. I think you guys probably have more extensions than we'd need to because, like, size-wise, most of our houses are quite small. And I don't know what your room's like there, Alan, but where I am here, it's a relatively small room. You can see the back wall is just behind me there. And there's 6 outlets in here. There's 2 on this wall, there's 2 on that, and there's 2 behind there. I mean,
it's like in my house, it depends on who built the house.
Yeah.
My house was built by a builder before I bought it, and they just have random outlets everywhere. But I did my whole basement. Oh no, I got outlets like every 4 feet and at different heights. Some are at standard low height for, just your normal ones. And I have a couple up high for like, if I have a shelf up there, I want to plug a clock in. I don't have to run an extension cord, stuff like that. And I used 20 amp wiring everywhere down there, so I could put a fair amount of stuff on each circuit and not worry about tripping a breaker.
That's cool.
Yeah, just looking around, I've got four outlets in this room, which is why I've got tons of electrical equipment in here, but only 4 outlets. So that's why I've got multiple
multi-plugs.
Yeah, I've got multi-plugs plugged into multi-plugs.
And we got those in the States. You could buy it where it actually, you take the screw out of the center of your receptacle plate on the US side, and then you have this, it's got 2 plugs built into this device. You plug it in, put a longer screw in there, and now you got 8 receptacles on there with USB ports and all kinds. They got all kinds of adapters out there. Do I suggest using any of them for high draw stuff? No, not really.
Yeah.
So I got a 1 to 3 adapter from Temu. All right.
All right, get on your dice and roll the dice.
You better make sure that fuse isn't just a painted piece of metal.
I'm not even sure it had one in there, but I used it in the kitchen at the old house, and I literally had it because it was an outlet that was like above the counter level, and I had it in there, and I just used it to put things in while I used them, like a blender. Then you unplug it, kind of thing. And after about a month, it was fuzzing, is the best way to describe it. So as soon as you turn the power on, it was going.
Oh,
I was like, yeah, I'm going to throw this away.
Note to self, Temu is great for cracking jokes about. That's about it.
Yeah. I mean, I think you can pay for some decent stuff. You can get a titanium cup at a discount price, then why not? But when it comes to electrical, it's definitely a roll of the dice.
Okay, CR. More power to you.
Yeah.
Oh dear, it's terrible jokes. Bob would fire you, CR. You know, he'd fired you 3 times by now.
I tried, but he sticks around. He only listens to Bob.
Did you see the question from Tampus Creek Homestead? Why do people freak out when you tell them to stock or prep for emergencies? Because it'll never happen to them.
No,
because the government will come and save them.
You're a doomsayer, and you're one of those preppers. You must have 1 million guns in your house. Yeah, okay.
Well, part of the reason, the psychological reason is one of the big ones is, what do you mean? The government's not going to take care of me? Oh no, the government. No, don't tell me that.
I always turn the light switch on. The power's always there. Every now and then, I understand some idiot hit a light pole, and they come right out and fix it. So, yeah, I don't like it when my power's off. I can't watch my favorite TV show, but it'll be back on. I'll just look at my phone and doom scroll on there for a couple hours while they fix the utility pole.
Yeah, it's probably one of the questions we get most, Alan, when we're on Fireside, when it's an open question. Yeah. People want to know how to convince other people to prep, and it's a
strange thing because there really is a culture of people out there who just don't pay attention to anything really. And there's genuinely people in my work. I sit at the same table with a couple of guys at my work who only read sports news. They don't even watch the news. They don't know what's going on. They're aware of the fact that there's like a war in Ukraine, but they don't know anything about it. Nothing at all. They don't know they barely even know who the president of the US is. They just think it's some funny guy. You know, you ask them any question, they're just like, what? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
so I pretty much found out last night, and I understood this. You know, I've been telling my wife things and just hinted at stuff for, I don't know, 35 years. And she
just once or twice then.
From my opinion, she was putting up with me and just letting it go because it was no big deal, to her. It didn't affect her. And then I got the freeze dryer and I started doing more, and she got into it, but not from a end of the world type scenario. What actually triggered her, and I got to use that word very clicky, I'm fired, is a friend of hers at work 2 days ago started asking her questions about all the same stuff. Well, last night, and I was late on Gil's show because of this, and I talked to Gil for a little while after the show about this.
Yep.
She went down the road of, okay, what if this happens? What do we do? What if this happens? What do we do? I'm like, and I just kept looking at her with a smile on my face going, you know, I got this covered. And her answer was, yeah, I know, but okay. Well, what do you want to know? Well, what about that? I'm like, sweetie, you know, I got that covered. If you want to know more, well, why don't you tell me these things? It's like, I've been trying to tell you this stuff for 35 years. You just say, yeah, I know. You go back to your movie or your book. I said, I don't push you. I said, but you've tolerated me up to this point for 35 years. Now you understand. So I pretty much, if there's 5 levels to the prepper mindset, she's always been at just barely at level 1 in the understanding aspect of it. She swiftly moved to a 2+ last night. And now she's asking legitimate questions, more questions, and inquiring. And I started showing her things. She's like, I didn't know that was right there. I'm like, why would I tell you? I'm not going to say what I pulled out, but I brought it home from the cab and just left it in the living room in a pile of stuff. And I pulled it out and she's like, oh, what is that? I'm like, was it going to hurt you in the middle of the night if I'm not around? No.
Long range hole puncher.
What? Exactly. I said, well, then why do you care? Well, I didn't know it was there. I'm like, well, you don't know how to use it anyway. That turned into a whole nother discussion. Now I'll be sending her to class here soon. And
Awesome.
To do her own thing. And because I don't want to try to teach her. And she knows that. I tried once and it didn't work out well because I'm her husband. So, yeah. And I get it. And I understand that. So I'm like, no, that's fine. I'll set you up. We'll go together so I can explain what you're at. I don't want you going with me. I'm like, I'm not going to sit in a class with you. I just want to go at the first time to let them know what's going on and where you stand, because you may or may not tell them all the information. They're going to have to guess because that's how you are. I said, but I'll give you information. You can do that. I said, in the meantime, now tonight will probably be a conversation about, I don't know. Thanks, Brian. Power supplies. Because I have my Jackery, but that's not enough to power the house.
Yep.
I mean, it's enough to power 2 of my mini freezers at one time, but not for very long. So we're going to be looking into probably what Gil has or something real similar to that. And I'll explain how it works and all that. And she'll be like, just order it. We'll deal with it. Okay. Got it.
You just got to pass, man. You just got to pass.
You have no idea. I was beaming for hours last night going, oh my God, she finally understands.
God damn it, Mark, you won the lottery.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah. Mark is getting the new Upus Guardian 6000 that has
with 4 battery bank backups at 5,000 amps or whatever each. Oh, I'll be able to run this house with everything on for a month with no power.
Thing is, some people are probably just slightly overwhelmed with it all as well.
That she is. That's the thing. I started going down multiple avenues. I had to back off.
Yeah,
because she's like, okay, what about water? I'm like, I got water. And I explained the water that I've had down in the basement for now 12 years and 15-gallon drums, but 3 of them are sitting on the concrete. I explained that to her, how that's not good, but we can still flush the toilets with it and wash. And she understood that. And I said, and the bigger jugs, the smooth. I went down a whole bunch of things. I just tried to stick with water. She's not worried about the food part because she knows what I have down there. She was more worried about water. And then what her friend wants to buy a freeze dryer. She went down a whole bunch of avenues. I had to cut her off at the pass and say, look, that's not a concern right now. Let's just discuss the real basics first and we'll move on. So tonight will probably be about electricity.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is as well, from a basic level, you can kind of learn just about enough of a little bit of everything to sort of get by and then work on it from there and then go into more speciality type things.
I think my key point with her was not, it was not just teaching her stuff. It's when she decided to want to learn was not because I've been telling her something for 35 years. It's because a good friend of her at work out of the blue brought it up. And it made her mindset change immediately. So it's not trying to talk to somebody about it. Yes, it's in the delivery part of your thing. It's also in how well they know you or don't know you. Obviously, she knows me well for a very long time, but she didn't want to listen to me because she didn't hear it on the news or didn't hear it from a friend. Well, one of her friends just told her, and that just changed everything. So that's where the trying to get somebody's mindset to at least pay attention it doesn't always work. Most of the time, it doesn't work. But somebody else has to tell them that they trust or don't even know. Somebody new walks up to them and just starts talking. It's like, well, you getting water for this weekend? What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's like, well, we're not going to get power back for a month, that type of thing. And so that can change minds. A lot of things can change mind. A lot of times it's not you. Yeah. It's just a random person that says something. So that's just I don't know. That's my story. Don't have to stick to it because that's my story now. I'm good. I'm going to roll now.
That's it. And CR has actually a question. Why do people rush last minute to get anything then? Wait for hours in line just saying.
They got scared into it because they were never ready for it. The news told them something or their neighbor told them something and they freak out. They never planned. So they try to plan everything in their head all at once. First thing that comes to mind, run to the store, milk, bread, and eggs, and water.
Toilet paper.
Toilet paper. And they load up enough for 2 years. And then they get home, the power comes back on 6 days later. Or 2 days later. Or an hour later.
Every one of us.
Power came on.
Every one of us would have been sitting amazed during the great toilet paper rush.
Oh my God!
What the hell? You know what I mean? It's one of the most useless items, really. I mean, it has like one function, and you don't need a lot of it.
I have breaking news. I have to get this out. I just cracked into the last case of paper towels that my mother-in-law bought in 2000.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm like, oh my God, honey, we're going to have to go buy some paper towels. I'm like, I'll go to the store and be like, holy crap, they're expensive now. I've been paying for them for the last 5 years.
26 years.
That's right. So I'm going to have to do a short video of this is the last paper towel roll from 2020.
But you could see, you could actually see it was almost like a social contagion. The way the people were, I remember walking through the supermarket and literally seeing people waiting for the pallet of fresh toilet paper to be pulled in.
And grabbing it before they could get out of the shelf.
And fighting over it. And I was like, I mean, what's the worst case scenario here? I mean,
they thought they were going to be trapped in our house for a year because we were going to be locked in and locked out. Well, we were, but locked in, locked down, and you're not going to be able to go to the store and you're only going to get what we're going to drop off your front doorstep every week or something like that. So they're all freaking out. Why? Because they only watched the mainstream news and that's all they paid attention to.
Yeah. Alan, that attitude and that kind of thing around here was only at big supermarkets, right? So this was going on at our supermarket exactly as you described, empty shelves, people asking them to go and check the back and stuff like that. I even saw somebody coming out of the Asda toilets with handfuls of tissue that they'd obviously just robbed from the toilets. That's how bad it was. Go to my local shop. He had a full shelf of like 4 packs of toilet rolls at normal price, and they were still sat there. The panic buying, they all went to big supermarkets. Nobody thought to go to their local shops. It was mad.
All right, so what I got here, this is my
looks like it should have a record player on top.
This is my Mega 2 with 2 expansion batteries on it. As you can see here, it's at 100. That's 100% charge. 99 at the current draw. It'll last 99 hours at the current draw. Currently drawn 157 watts, running both the refrigerator and the chest freezer. The big yellow cord goes over to the microwave and toaster.
I thought it was an Ethernet.
The cord to the right of it is the one the refrigerator is plugged directly into. The next one goes over to the chest freezer, and the other one here runs all the way around to the 2 TVs, the Wii PlayStation, the 2 DVRs for the grandkids. But
what's it called? The Oops what? I mean, I don't think I want a power station that's called Oops. It sounds like it's going to break.
Opus, not Oops.
Oops.
Now,
Oops, the power's gone.
Not using here. This open plug here. This is a 30 amp, 120 volt.
208.
No, this is 120.
That's a 120 volt plug. That's a 208 plug.
Okay,
no,
so
that's
it's
120 volt, 30 amp.
Okay.
for RVs.
Oh, RV plug. Gotcha.
Yeah. Now over here, I have the Anderson power poles, 12 volt out. I have my different wattages for my different USBs. Got a cigarette lighter plug here, and I got two plugs here for your standard 12 volt lights. Yeah, so you can
so that doesn't have 240 on it. That's just all 110 all the way around.
All 110.
Oh, okay.
I want to upgrade to either the Opus 6000 or the Perton 5000 FT. Those have 120 and 240 in them.
Now, do you have to ground that somewhere? Like with that, when it's not plugged in, you don't have to ground it. It's self-grounding.
Well, all right. It is grounded.
Through the plug that's charging it right now. It's grounded.
Behind it is a wall plug where it's plugged in charging, because I don't have it hooked up to the solar panels yet. But that plug it's plugged into has a timer on it, so it automatically turns off the charge at 6 o'clock in the morning when the price for electricity skyrockets.
You have to preface this conversation every time with, I have a smart meter that charges different prices different times a day, because a lot of people have no idea what the heck you're talking about. His smart meter charges you different prices throughout the 24-hour period, so its cheapest electricity is in the middle of the night. Nobody's using it.
Or middle of the day.
Or middle of the day. So that's when that's why he sets a timer on it to charge it up in those periods.
So this basically is a super uninterrupted power supply, because it's currently just running off the house power. But when my wife finally decides where to put the solar panels, I plug solar panels into the main unit. I put more solar panels into the next battery, and more solar panels into the next battery, so they all charge independently from solar.
Oh, you can't. They won't charge all at the same. Like if you just plug into the main unit on top.
They can. But if you put panels into each one of them, max it out, it'll charge in about 15 minutes when it's at 50%.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Can them extension batteries run independently? Can you take one of those off and go and plug something in? Or is it purely?
Yes and no. What you can run separately on them is, over on the right side here is the 12 volt cigarette lighter plug.
And USB-C,
the two come on, brain. The 12 volt for lights, the 12 volt Anderson power poles over here, and the USB chargers for your phones, cameras, and etc. stuff. Those,
but no, you can't plug it out. You can't plug into that with a desk lamp.
No, you can't plug into a desk lamp. All this is, you got 12 volt, and it's
still good, because you get the extension batteries for the EcoFlow, and they are just a battery in a box.
Yeah.
So it does extend the battery, but it's also, that makes your main box a single point of failure.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, at least if something, God forbid, happened to that top unit, you could still charge phones and devices and things like that off the lower units, which is good.
Here's the fun part. On this 12 volt quote cigarette lighter power thing, I have a ham radio 30 amp power station to run all my ham radios, and I can plug that in there. And now I can also plug in. It provides power for. It's like an inverter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you could literally. I have an inverter I bought that plugged into a cigarette lighter.
Yeah,
and it's is it 350 or 750 watts? So I could plug that in there, and then plug in small appliances, things that aren't going to draw more than whatever the amps is on that.
Yeah. But I could plug my big power thing into here, and I could run everything else I have in the the big one off my adapter unit. But most people don't get those special adapter units. Those converters.
And Tampa's just said, what happens if the power never comes back on? Well, I guess we'll have to figure that out as we go. You can't plan for forever. There's no planning for the forever scenario.
What I do have is
read 1 second after.
I have 21 100-watt panels sitting in the storage container, waiting for me to have my wife tell me, okay, you can set them up over here. Soon as she says I can set them up over there, within a week, I will have the frame built to put those solar panels on, and then I will run the cables over to this unit, and then this unit will be totally off grid.
So this brand, is this a big one in America, or because
It's
I've
one
not
of them.
seen this before?
It's one of the big ones. It's one of the newer ones, and they came on the market not driving a Honda Civic, driving a Rolls Royce when they came on the market.
Okay, because I'm looking here, and the main unit's 500 in the UK, which is on par with like the EcoFlows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But with you get a £75 voucher on Amazon, so I could pick one of these up now for $425, which is actually a really good price, to be fair.
Yeah.
If it's the same one as he's got there, they have a bunch of different models.
This is
Exactly
the Mega 2.
same by the looks of it.
This is the Mega 2.
Oh, this is Mega 1 portable power station, 2000 watt.
Mega 1 is smaller. This has a 2000 watt inverter, constant flow converter. I think the Mega 1 is a 1200 watt.
And they've got a Mega 1 and a Mega 3. The only thing they've not got is the Mega 2.
This is the Mega 2 in between them. And the reason I went with the Mega 2 instead of the Mega 3 is that the batteries for the Mega 2, I can charge them independently.
Yeah.
And
Mega 3's
also the batteries for these, I can plug them into I can plug them into a outlet by themselves as well.
So the Mega 2 that you've got there, the unit itself at the top.
Yes.
What is that without the extension batteries then?
What
hours? What hours is it?
Let me switch something around here real quick here. Hang on, let's do this. And I'm going to bring this over here.
She looks dangerous.
That is Sarah, the heroine of my novels, which I have been reviewing for the last 3 days for 3 hours in the morning. I've been proofreading the novels.
Nice.
Okay. All right. So the Mega 2 right now is on sale for $789. I paid $750 for mine.
That doesn't look the same as the one you've got.
That's the one unit I have. The battery for it. Come on, where's the Mega 2? Where's the battery?
I think that, Mike, I heard what you said there. They changed some of the external features on it, some of the internal, so they don't look identical like a car. Every year,
didn't see the outlet unless they put them onto the back or something.
Right? Yeah. Every year they change a little bit.
Yeah, there's the Mega 1. It does not have the 30 amp thing on it. So the one I have, the Mega 2, is go back up to it. This has a 2048 watt hour lithium iron phosphate battery for it.
And where's your see, that one doesn't show the 208 twist lock.
No,
or the 120 volt twist lock on it. See, they changed the model around a little bit since the previous year.
Oh no, this is the battery. Sorry, this is the battery. This is just the tension battery.
That's why it doesn't look the same.
Yeah. And it's the same battery as in the main unit, which is the for the Mega. This is the B2 battery for the Mega 1. For the Mega 2. Let me see. Hang on. Let me bring it this way here. That's that one. Scroll on down here to power station.
Those are all
a wish list.
Those are air rifles, by the way. He had a million of them up there.
Yeah.
Can I get them on our Amazon?
Here. All right. So the Mega 2 here.
Yeah, that's yours. Okay.
Has the same size battery. Has the 2500 watt inverter with a 5400 watt peak surge draw on it. And so first I got this, but this is what I ordered, and what I got this for was less. I got it on the 50% off sale for the pack.
Oh, so that 1,500 there is for the one battery plus the main unit.
Yeah, and then
gotcha.
I bought the extra battery for $750. So yeah, so that's how I got my unit, by buying it that way. But what the Sofa Survivalist got permission to do was to go out and buy this bad boy here.
Yeah, buddy.
This
nice.
This is the this has the you have the main unit, and
does it come with a tow bar hitch so you can get it round?
Basically, yeah. I think that what's the weight on that thing total? It's like 170 pounds.
Yeah, but this one here, all right, just the unit by itself is
$2,800.
No, $7,000. The expansion battery by itself is $1,200.
Wait, what do you mean 7,000? I didn't see 7,000. Where'd you see 7,000?
Not 7,000. 1,700.
Yeah, I was going to say it was 1,700.
I rounded it up $1
Hi, Bob.
Yeah, $1,380.
Yeah, and so this one here is $2,800 for this unit here. But what this one has? Come on, where's the pictures? It has. Come on, show it.
Oh yeah, I like that. I like that wall. There. That wall picture.
Yes. So what it has here is it has two different 240-volt plugs, a 30 amp 120-volt plug, a 20 amp 240-volt plug, and then 4 120-volt 20 amp plugs.
Yeah, there it is. Weight. Just the weight on that alone is 111 pounds, which is
looks like
191 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
That's with the battery on the other battery on it.
No, this is. Oh
it
yeah,
says it right on top. Yeah. Product dimensions weighs 111 pounds. Where are you seeing 200?
Right here. I'm seeing it right here. But this is the dual.
That's with the other battery. Yeah.
Yeah, that's with the battery on it. But so if I got just that one.
Yeah, it said it on top of the above the picture a second ago. 111 pounds.
111 pounds. But down on the bottom.
You ain't taking that camping with you.
You see
learn to live without.
You see down on the bottom, there on the far right, you push that little button and the handle slides out, and you tip it up and it runs on its wheels.
Right.
So yeah, it comes with its own thin dolly. But yeah,
learn to live without it.
They're cool, but I mean, with my blackout thing, one of the good things I thought with my blackout scenario thing I did, all I had was the little anchor.
Yeah.
This thing here. It's like little anchor Solix, right?
Mm-hmm.
It used like 6% overnight to have it on and to charge the phone and to use the light on it, the lot. It used about 6% battery. It's still on 81% now, and I've not charged it since then. That light uses nothing. And what I thought, I mean, I was before I got this, I was tempted to get one of the big EcoFlow Delta 2s. I'm glad I didn't, because what I loved with this is I picked it up like this and I walked up to the kitchen and I stuck it down on the kitchen and I took it up to the bathroom. I could literally go anywhere with it. That was the best thing about it. So I was happy having I'd rather have 10 of these than one of those trolleys.
Yeah.
Tampa's Creek's asking, what would you recommend for my first camping trip? Well, where are you going camping? For your first trip, are you going into the woods with no power, no water, nothing? Or if you're going to a campground, I go to the campground I go to with my kids. I don't bring my power supply. I bring an extension cord.
Yeah.
Because they always have power there. And they let you plug in. Even the tent sites have power, no water. I plug in. And that's what I use. I just use their power because I can. If you're going in the woods by yourself, get some kind of a small power supply like Mike has. You don't need much. I mean, you're not going to be, unless you're bringing a flat screen TV and GameCube with you.
There's an easier way. Just go camping with Alan and make sure he goes a day ahead of you because he sets it all up ready.
yeah, right.
I mean, the thing is, I mean, you don't need power when you go camping. It
don't.
Depends what you're doing.
Unless you need to have a like a CPAP or
oxygen machine.
We actually had an assistant scoutmaster that was on oxygen.
Yeah, but you can go take tanks, right?
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
she said Tampa says Missouri, it's a resort with power and water.
Yeah, staying in a tent. You can run an extension cord over your tent, and if it's hot outside, get a little tiny, just a plug-in fan, not a big box fan, and just keep some air blowing in there. Leave the zippers open a little bit. Yeah, that's what I did when I went out to the food summit. We stayed in the tent site. I had electric.
Genuine recommendation for your Tampers. First time staying in a tent, you're in a secure location, you're in a secure campsite. Take something that can play a little bit of music or something you can go to sleep to, like rain or whale noises, stuff like that. Because your first time sleeping in a tent, if you've never done it before,
you won't get any sleep.
Every footstep, every creak, every little thing like that, you'll be like, what was that?
It's a bear.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend doing that in the wild. Don't drown out your senses if you're in a situation where you need them. But on a campsite for your first time, then it's just something that might help you sleep a bit better.
Yeah. This might be something that
I used to bring a propane lantern.
I have something similar for this.
Yeah, that's what I did, Bob.
Yeah,
I have something similar to the one on the bottom here for going camping. It's $300, and it's got 1,800 watt output.
But it's not camping, Gil. If you plug it in TVs and
you know what, I suggested if you're going camping, go camping. Don't bring all your toys and gadgets to be home. Go camping.
I have to have this because I have to have a CPAP to sleep at night.
Great. That's you. We're not talking about we're not talking about you. You know what you got.
What I'm saying is, when I go camping,
good for you. We're not talking about Gil. We're not talking about you. We know what you do when you go camping. We know. No, she's talking about I'm going camping for the first time. Do I need to bring enough stuff to make it seem like I'm still living in my house? No. Go camping.
Well, I don't
bring
know.
nothing.
Does she have medical stuff? Does she need a CPAP?
That wasn't I'm sure if she does, we can speculate about everybody else's needs. I'm not going there.
But what
just
I'm
stop.
saying is,
just I know what you're saying. Just stop. She just wants to know, what do I need to go camping? Nothing. You're in a campsite with power and water. If you need something special for you, I don't think she wants to discuss it. It's none of our business.
If you're not in a campsite with power,
she is. Anyway,
but for other people, if you're not, and you
we were addressing one question, Gil, from one person, not the world. Anyway, so if you're going camping there and it's a campsite and it has power and electric, just bring what you think you need. Don't bring a million things. If you're the first time you go camping, I guarantee you will bring way more than what you need. Just ask Mike.
Yeah.
And you'll get it wrong, and you'll get it wrong, and you'll learn every time.
Yeah, and you'll get home and unpack stuff. I never used this. I never did this. Okay, next time I need to remember this, but I don't need to bring all this. And the just in cases, if you're going camping for a month, sure, there's a lot of just in case. If you're going for a weekend, you're probably not going to die if you forgot to bring the peanut butter.
Yeah,
part of the fun of camping is not having power.
Yeah, exactly.
But you'd be surprised the number of people that go camping that are on medical devices.
Okay, but Gil,
there's a lot.
Yes, that is so true. You know what? If you're on that much of a medical thing, you may want to reconsider going camping. Sorry, I'm not. I'm like, I just want to address her. We keep going back to the Boy Scouts. I get it, but I just want. She asked a simple question, not a complicated answer. That's all. Bring what you think you need. Next time you go camping, you may not need all the stuff, or you may have said, I forgot this. Forgetting the medical things. Stop at the medical things, Gil. I know, we've heard. Just think of what you think you might want to go with. Talk to some friends. Just go do it. If you forget stuff, you're going to be fine. You're in a car. You're probably not in the middle of nowhere, 100 miles from a store. Then they always most good campgrounds have their own little store there. So crap, I forgot marshmallows. Go buy marshmallows. Yeah.
It's good if you're on a campsite, or like when we've done the prepper meets and stuff, because we've had people turn up and tent failures and all sorts, and there's other people there that will genuinely just help you and guide you through that. My early camping experience was canvas tents and airframes doing the American Civil War thing. There's not a battery power in sight.
No, dirt for a floor.
Yeah, exactly. And that kind of hardened me. And then the first time I went camping with the kids, I did exactly what you said, Mark. I took way too much stuff.
Oh yeah, we all did.
I'm like, oh, they're gonna need this, they're gonna need that. I'm gonna need about 6 of these power banks to charge the devices because they're gonna want the devices all the time. And I got all this stuff, and they were out fighting each other with sticks. I was proud as a dad that they were out there fighting each other with sticks like I used to, but I had all these power banks and stuff like that.
Just in case, yeah.
Take the opportunity to see it as a digital detox.
My sister does that.
I take my mobile phone with me because I just have it.
It's a safe.
I don't use
safety thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's even you don't really even need it as a safety thing. It's just I'm not going to not take it, because if the car breaks down on the way there, I need to phone the AA somehow. But I mean, part of the fun of it is take a battery-powered torch and a mobile phone and a power bank for your phone if you really need to. Other than that, take nothing. I mean, but if you're going to be there for an extended period of time, like I said, I'm looking into getting that river, that EcoFlow river free. I think is quite a good thing to have as a bit of a base camp power bank, or the thing that Mike's got. That kind of size. That's what you're after when it comes to camping trips, I think.
The most technology we took, Alan, was just because we both were filming stuff, right? That was
yeah. I mean, it's actually, to be honest, that the only reason I'm even thinking about power banks and camping trips is because I want to charge up cameras, drones, stuff like that. It has nothing to do with camping whatsoever. It's just to do with YouTube. But even now, I've got a laptop. I'm never taking a laptop camping with me ever. People say I'll take it and you can watch a movie. I don't want to watch a movie when I'm in the woods. I want to be in the woods.
I've gone to the dark side. You want to watch everyone's eyes roll at the same time.
Apple. Yeah. Oh man.
Hey, I bring my iPads out to the cabin because they use a whole lot less electricity, and I get them off the. I can get them off the cell tower versus my laptop, which has to go through a hotspot.
Yeah. Basically, our works laptops were garbage, and they've no budget whatsoever for new laptops. And I'm like, what am I going to do here? The designer left, and the designer had a brand new MacBook, and it was sat on a shelf. I'm like, can I swap? They're like, yeah. I was like, fucking give it here.
Oh, I love the comments in the side chat.
Yeah, Mike. Mike, I sent you an email. I was interested in if you could, if you got it. I'm interested if you would like to interview me about prepping, because I've got a lot of experience and a lot of international travel and military experience too.
Love to.
I've learned so much about survival from my relatives overseas. Unbelievable amounts,
If you've got a day, I mean, what time zone are you on?
West Coast. Yeah.
What time is it?
I think he's 10 hours. He's 10 hours off from you, I think.
What time is it, Bob? Just now.
It is 2:22 p.m. 14:22 p.m. right now.
Right. So if you've got a day when you're going to be free at about 1 p.m., then just let me know which days you'll be free, and we'll sort something out. That'll be about 9 o'clock my time, and we can record it then.
8 hours behind, but the sounds of it.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll send you a link. I got a few things to do the next few days, so I'll get in touch with you.
Awesome. Yeah, sounds good. I've honestly, that's an open invite to all of you guys. By the way, you've been on the podcast, right, Alan? That was when we first met. You were over on the podcast. Me and you did one, Alan, didn't we?
No, not just me and you. I've only ever.
We did the fireside, but it's Shadow. It was you I interviewed on the podcast, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was right. Yeah. Yes, it was Shadow. But that's an open invite.
I've been on a couple of your shows, but I don't really need an interview.
I'd love to do the one-on-one. So when it's somebody new, like Bob, if it was me meeting Bob for the first time, it'd be the usual questions like, "Are you a prepper? Why do you prep?" Blah blah blah.
I'm good with that.
But the podcast itself is also for preppers to come in with that. So Shadow's been on, but if he came to me and said, Mike, can we do a podcast especially about knives and how to sharpen stuff and things like that? I'd say, yeah. So we'd do an episode on that. So if any of you guys have ideas like that, shout them over and I'm happy to do them.
Yeah, Mike, I'd prefer a one-on-one because I have a lot of information to share,
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah.
Let's do it. Okay. Yeah.
Awesome. I want to get the sofa survivalist, but in that same outfit, doing an interview.
Well, you're not going to see. You're just going to have to look at the picture. That's all.
We'll have to get Brian's AI to try and animate it so it's speaking.
You can get real-time AI now. You can get real-time AI where the
so
person...
as I'm speaking, his mouth is moving in the hand. Yeah, that's some pricey stuff right there.
It's all right. Brian will pay for it.
Yeah. he made my opening. He made my opening short, which it's just funny as all get out.
Oh, that would be awesome.
That'd be fantastic, man. I'm not going down without a fight, and my Frito-Lay chips and my beer. I can imagine.
Hold on, I'll be right there. My power chair is charging. Hold on.
Did you see my interview with the lady from Ukraine?
Yes, I was. Oh, Ukraine, the one you posted today. I was on there watching most of it.
Not today with thingy, but the one the other day with the woman from Ukraine, where her family's been in the war zone and stuff like that. That was real. Yeah, it's just like hearing somebody with kids in that kind of situation really makes you think. Like sometimes we think we've got it bad, we really haven't.
Give you an idea, Mike. That's how my wife grew up.
Yeah,
it wasn't just a couple of years; it was her life was growing up in the middle of war and death and starvation, and
this is real life.
She and her brother and her late father were the best advisors on the earth. And I tell you what, I would leave all of you guys behind, no offense, and take my wife with me because she knows what she's doing. We're just guessing, seriously.
Feeling's mutual, Bob. I'd leave you behind and take your wife with me as well, so it's fine.
Oh, dude, yeah. I could imagine her little 5 foot of nothing look up at you and swing a knife. Oh, okay, it's over. Bye bye. Phil, if you can, guys, get to know some Vietnam or some Filipinos or Cambodians or Lao people who've lived it. That's your information that you need to know right from these people. But they're hard to talk to because they don't like to talk about it. So just a piece of advice.
It's weird how it's normalized for people like that as well. So that's the surreal thing, that it's just like, oh yeah, that's just normal,
Yeah.
Neil, can we go to the last point on this topic?
On topic. I didn't realize we were still topic. Sorry.
Okay.
Last hour of live talk about what needs to be done in the fourth 12 hours to 37 to 48 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody very quickly, briefly recap me what we've done in the first 36 hours. What's been done and what's ready technically?
Well, we covered getting information.
Yep.
We covered checking out the neighborhood.
Okay.
We covered light. We covered a little bit about light discipline. If you have lights and stuff, putting up blackout curtains, or if, like Bob said, you get a light that flickers on, that comes on automatically and stuff. So you want to make it a little bit dimmer though. So say you think, all right, you got candles, they're someone home, we're not going to go there.
Yeah,
they're going to avoid the house because I think people are there.
Covered a little bit cooking. We covered a little bit about
a lot about cooking.
Security, a little bit.
The one thing we didn't cover on cooking we should have was, if you're cooking outdoors, you want to try to cook stuff that is not aromatic. Not everybody going.
Last resort cooking outdoors. Yeah, bacon sandwiches is going to attract the entire neighborhood.
Yeah.
Did you cover water? Because one of the first things I did in the first 24 hours was to fill the bath, and fill some emergency containers before the pumps start to go off in 48 hours.
We did talk about the fact that pumping stations may also be having an issue with power.
Touch on that. Mm-hmm.
Flush the toilet, and the water coming through the taps isn't guaranteed if it's not gravity fed. I think that's kind of water wise, other than water catchments and your backyard and things like that. But we're kind of at the point now where the supermarkets aren't open, bank machines aren't running, cash points aren't operating, but we're at the point where we're going into the local square, and the government or somebody is handing out food parcels, and that's where we're trying to source our information from at the moment.
Yeah. So
And
I mean, one of the
did-
things I didn't display would be going around my house to all the, down the side of the sofas, the secret can of beans, and getting all the cash I've got to kind of take inventory, because that value won't hold past a couple of weeks if this is an ongoing situation.
Yeah. The one thing we didn't really touch on, we kind of glazed over it a little bit, was sanitation. What happens all of a sudden you flush your toilet and things are starting to back up?
So blocking the toilets. There's inflatable balloon. I've got one where you can put the device down the toilet bowl and inflate it.
Yeah.
Well, a simple way of doing that is filling a bag with sand and dropping it down the outside drain and stuff like that. It's a big consideration in the UK for people because of the way houses are so close together. And if you're at the bottom of a hill, it goes downhill, guys, believe it or not.
Yes, it does. Yep.
So if you're at the bottom of the hill, your toilets are going to go first. Blocking them, and basically, I've got two schools of thoughts on this. I've got an emergency toilet using cat litter or sawdust inside, or lime, whatever you decide to use. Only if I can't go outside, if it's too upset for me to go outside. Otherwise, it's a trench as far away from the house as possible.
There you go.
I mean, you can do the kind of thing that a lot of van life people do, which is effectively they have a bucket, and they dump the bucket of waste somewhere. They dispose of it as they go that way. You can even get buckets where it's like a bag that's inside, and you kind of wrapping it up that way and doing away with that.
See, I've just got all them five.
Go into the bag too. The chemicals they'll make it so it doesn't stink and start to decompose. Yeah. But you don't want to bury those in your garden. That's just to get rid of it, to dispose of it somewhere else. But
waste with sawdust on is a natural way for it to compost itself. Yeah. And seriously, don't go to your pet store and buy a bag of sawdust at an inflated price. Go and find a sawmill. They'll be happy for you to take as much as you bloody like to get it out of their way. Go and find anywhere that works with wood.
Shop, a cabinet maker. Yeah.
Anywhere like that, you'll get it free. So just go and get bags and buckets of it and stuff. I thought of a dual use. I've just literally, because of the thing I did, I changed my storage from these giant blue barrels into small 5-liter containers. Technically, once I've ate the pasta, that could double up as something to dispose of waste. I've got multiple of them. It's an option.
Funny thing, we were just talking about buckets and stuff there. I was actually thinking today about buying a couple of, to me, they're 20, 25 litre buckets, the stackable kind, the round kinds, but the ones with the lids. And they're kind of like battle buckets. So I was thinking, because I've got a box downstairs, which is like a giant Tupperware box, which is where my batteries and torches and stuff like that, like candles and things are.
Yeah.
It's better to have it in buckets, I think, stackable buckets, because they then double up as other vessels for things. You could use it like a toilet. You could use it for storing water. They're food grade as well, so you can keep them in other things. You can buy them on Amazon, the black ones that are food grade, sealable, and they're quite robust. They have handles on them as well, which, see the plastic box that I have in the barrels, they don't have handles, so they're kind of hard to transport around. But if you get I think they're probably called, is it 5 gallons? Is 5 gallons 20 litres? It is, isn't it? In America, the crazy.
I know what you mean. Yeah, like the almost like the survival freeze dried food ones. That kind of size, aren't they?
Yeah, that kind of size. Yeah. Sort of, those are good things to have if you're putting together something like a blackout kit. I'm going to change the box I've got downstairs for a bucket. I'm going to call them battle buckets, and I'm going to buy 3 or 4 of them, and I'm going to have them dedicated to this, and they're going to be standardized, because you can also, if you need to bug out, easily pick them up and put them in the back of your car, no problem, and they're easy to label up.
Yeah. So I had the huge drums, the big blue drums, and moving it like to get in and out of the cupboard was just a nightmare. So. Yeah. I paid like the grand total of about £3 off Amazon for these, which are double layered nets with a pull tie. They now go over these buckets, and them big barrels are now extra rain catcher with this over the top in the garden.
There you go.
And I've changed it all to the smaller buckets, and that means if I'm 20 years older and an order of magnitude weaker, I don't have to try and move a giant barrel. It's all small, portable, stackable.
I gotta share something out from my channel. Their Shadow, it's waiting to be shared out. It's a tool that I made in my shop out of wood because my wife and daughter are both petite. They can't pick up a 5-gallon bucket or a 5-gallon container of water. So I made a tool to where we can shove that into the top handle, and then the two girls can team up on it. Those are wedges, so it'll slide right in there. Watch, right there.
Right, and it's a 2-man carry now, yeah.
Right. And the two girls can pick it up, or I can pick it up easier than just one single point,
Yeah.
That's something to consider, guys. You could custom make that kind of stuff with a handsaw and some screws, and there you go. Right, that. Yep.
All right.
Both my wife and daughter are tiny, and they're just not set up to heavy loads, so.
Hey, Tampus, I sent you an email. Check your email. We'll talk about freeze drying.
Yeah, I was going to say, talk to Mark. He does freeze drying all the time.
And then there you go. The girls can just tip a container over, and
it's a good idea as well
cooking.
if you're doing that, Bob. I suppose to standardize all your water containers to be the same.
They are.
one. Yeah.
They are, Mike. Yeah,
right.
And that's why step by step. I get paid twice a month, and then several times a year I'll go buy another one and another one because they're only $20 each. You know, I can $20 for that, $20 for propane, $20 for dehydrated meals. Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah.
It
builds up. Yeah.
Mike,
it does.
Shadow has something to share for you here from me. This is talking about the sewers. These are called inflatable pipe plugs, or in the construction industry we call them pigs.
Right.
And you get them from 2 inches up to 20 inches. And you usually get it comes with a chain or a rope on it, and then a long hose that you can hook up for a bicycle pump to, and you just shove it down your drain. You pump it up, and that'll block your sewer from any water coming back up, towards your house.
Yeah, I've got a similar one that's for the toilet, but it's
yeah. So this you drug out your clean out in the yard where it goes out into the main line, into the lateral, and you inflate it, and it'll stop anything coming from the main line up towards your house.
Oh my God, there's 2,000-pound versions of them. Wow.
Well, Tampus has a question, actually. What would you recommend a beginner prepper put in a bug-out bag?
Doesn't matter. It does not matter what any of us say, because all of our circumstances are different. All right?
Exactly.
So get your plan, know where you're bugging out to, know the distance, know what it takes to cover it. Then you'll know what you need. Because if we say put 5 days worth of food in and you're bugging out 1 day down the road, doesn't make a difference. Yeah. By all means,
where are you going? Where are you at?
Yeah. All means, watch all these guys' channels. You might watch all of our bug out bags, and they'll all be slightly different. You might get ideas, but genuinely just plan what you're going to do and think of what you need along the way. Because if you carbon copy somebody else's bag, you're setting yourself up for failure. That's just my 2 cents on it.
Mm-hmm.
You need to custom made it for yourself and your needs.
Yeah. And once you make your first one, practice it and find out what's wrong with it.
Exactly the same as the camping. You'll
put it on and see how far you can walk with it.
Yeah, and see what you actually use. You see what I didn't need that extra stove. I didn't need this. I didn't need that. So kind of you'll strip it down over time. I hate the fact that like people on Amazon and eBay are selling pre-made bug out bags. I'm like, how do you know where I'm going? How do you know what environment I'm in? How is this work?
That's like the Sofa Survivalist first aid kit he got.
Yeah.
Tell him about it.
I got 10,000 Band-Aids, man. Some guy in Canada, some guy with a YouTube channel in Canada said I needed to buy his his first aid kit, so I bought it. It's got 10,000 Band-Aids, a pair of scissors, and a first aid book. It's best, but that box is beautiful. Man, it is white with the big red cross on it. It says first aid, everything you need. Oh.
That's a great business idea. I've suddenly come into a supply of small white buckets. First aid, and I'm going to steal Alan's name, first aid battle boxes. I can make some money here. There we go.
Tampa Creek, I just connected with your channel and left you a comment. But I went through that whole first aid stuff with my wife, who does this stuff. She's a professional. Well, look, hon, look at this big bag of shit on Amazon. She goes, don't waste your money. Just get some gauze and some tape, plug the wound, get him to the hospital. But what about all these shiny things? You don't even know how to use that. Gauze.
I don't know what you're talking about, Bob. What do you mean?
You know what I mean?
It's completely necessary.
That's
come on, Mike. We all know you use that to listen to your stomach growl when you're hungry.
I don't need that. It's lying.
Well, you need that if you need to open a safe.
I got a blood pressure monitor just to make myself even more paranoid. That's why I got that.
So Tampus, to be clear, so I sent you an email. Bob messaged you on his thing. Gil has 2 channels. He has his email on both of his channels. You can email him direct there. I don't know if Alan has an email address online or not. If not, I'm sure one of the many here. If you have Shadow's email address, Shadow has everybody else's email address on here.
It shows on the ticker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
At the end.
This is a
so
great
feel
book,
free
by
to
the way.
email Shadow. He can, and he has. Well, you already have my email, but if everybody else is okay, it's like you can send out our emails too, unless it's listed on site, just to communicate and see what you want to talk about.
This is a great book, by the way. I don't know if anyone's had this one. Family Health and First Aid. It's quite a substantial book. Training is always best, guys. If you can get training, do that first. But it's just everything is like set out and illustrated exactly and stuff like that. So it's a really good, quick reference one. So good books, you can't beat them.
I think as well, like we're in the last we're at the 48-hour point now, are we, of this blackout?
We're getting to the 48-hour, yeah.
Getting to it. Do you know?
What are you getting to? We got 20 minutes left. You better get to it soon.
By this point, I think a lot of people just start to be getting really bored, especially if you've got kids.
Yeah.
I can testament to it.
Well, bored or scared or both. You might be bored, but you might be scared. It's like, okay, power's not back on. I got kids. What am I going to do tomorrow, day after, and beyond?
So even without kids, Alan, at this stage, like when I did my thing, because people think I just turned the lights off, filmed a bit, and turned the lights back on. I really did live it for 48 hours. The last day was just, I was doing so much random stuff around the house I didn't need to do. But one of the things that's come out of it is now when I go to charity shops and the books are dirt cheap, if I see a cover that vaguely looks interesting, I'm going to buy it. I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to read the back. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm just going to buy it. And I'm going to have shelves of books that I've never read for the next scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you need to find something to occupy that time, that dead space where there's nothing else you can do. I mean, you've did everything that you can do to prepare. You've got everything you need. You're kind of just waiting for information. You're kind of held up in a place. And if it happens in the middle of winter, there's not a lot of light outside and it's bloody freezing, so you're confined to the house anyway.
Yep.
I mean, it's part of I go camping all year round and wild camping, but at this time of year, there's hardly any light. And it gets to a point where I'm kind of sitting in my shelter and I've got bugger all to do. So I read. I mean, this is what I do as well, because I have nothing else to do. I'm literally in my sleeping bag and it's only like 6 p.m. So what am I doing? Well, I'm reading something. That's what I'm doing. Or
you get surprisingly good at early nights, whereas with technology, I end up staying up all night.
Yeah. I mean, I won't be on a live stream until 1 o'clock in the morning anymore while the power's out. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself.
I will be after about day 6 when I've gone completely mental. I'll be sat here like this with the headphones on, mic, looking at a blank screen, talking to you 5, in my head.
In your head,
microphone's not even plugged in. You're just having this. You're just having an interview.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, hold that book up again. Hold that book up again.
Which one? The medical one?
Yeah. Family health and first aid.
Yeah.
Now, is that a European book or
Printed in China.
Oh, it's a Temu book.
Yeah, it's a.
It's actually. Do you know what? I actually think it was from Waterstones, which is a bookshop over here. But I don't. I'm trying to look for the publisher name or anything. Dr. Peter Firmine, MA, MB, BS, blah blah blah. Dr. Pippa Keach. It's done by a group of doctors, basically.
What I did during
Hermes House.
What I did during the George Floyd riots, I was there alone with my teenage daughter, and during the day I would sit out at the garage door, around the corner of the car and the building, and just me and one other veteran in the complex that we lived in were eyes on. We were the only two. And during the night, I set up a lantern and I started tying up waxed fire starters right at the kitchen table. This is all combustible material, and I've told the story 100 times. Here comes my daughter every 20 minutes out of her bedroom. She's got to get a drink of water, with the little eyes are huge and round. Like, you okay, honey?
Yeah.
Because there are fires all over the area. The radicals were burning this area up. And
come on, Bob. We all know that thing hanging on the string there is your voodoo shake stick to ward off evil spirits. Yeah, that's it. We know what it really is. We know what you're
that's made of. That's made of shin bones of trespassers.
I got comments when I was showing that on one video. Isn't that satanic stuff? It's like, where's your head? These are fire starters.
They're not shin bones. They're raccoon bones. We all know it. I know it.
Damn. Airstrike the raccoons.
Do I have to change my photo again? Okay. Yeah, not the voodoo stick.
But yeah, just be calm, because especially if you're the mom or dad of the house, stay calm. Just keep your hands busy doing something. Stay calm, because they're looking at you, the head of the household, for guidance. And just be confident. Stay calm. It's all okay, honey. You're good.
Things like board games and stuff suddenly become useful again, because it occupies a little bit of time. And
that's why they call them board games. They're not because it's on a board. It's because you are bored and you need to play a game.
I'm afraid when the power comes back on in 2 weeks' time, you'll find most of my family slaughtered around the Monopoly board. So it's a bad idea. I've burnt the money to stay warm. Board games are a difficult one now, Alan, believe it or not. I mean, have you ever actually looked and shopped around? If you've got like kids like me that are like, no one's got kids like me. I know I've got 6.5 million, but if they're ranged at that kind of 7 to like 11, 12 and that kind of age thing, it's difficult to get games that are going to interest everyone. Monopoly is like the winner. I know there's a million different.
If your kids are 12 and older, just pick up the main pack and 3 expansion packs for Crimes Against Humanity.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I can't. There's no way I can like take a group here and a group there and run 2 board games. So it's very difficult to find one that caters the whole family.
You can always break out the Lego or something, or do something along those lines. But
you sick man, who gets Lego out during a blackout? That's just asking for trouble. Can you imagine the injuries?
He didn't
You'll need the Canadian Prep 1000 band-aids.
like trying to hold the wax candle over the little Lego blocks as you're trying to.
This is while the lights are out, totally out. You throw Legos on the floor and say, "Okay, it's time to play. Where's the landmine?"
The floor is lava.
Ow, found one. Just landed on 20 more. Okay, you're dead. Next.
Well, honestly, I had to say, I'm sure how much of a geek I was. It used to be Warhammer for me when I was younger. And they had these things called Gretchins, and they were like a little orc thing, and he had a helmet with a single spike, this big. And I once walked in barefoot and stood on about 6 of them. Literally, I was lay up while somebody was pulling them out. Toys are designed for pain. Lego in a blackout, Alan. Shocking sadistic behavior. You're right, though. The entertainment is massively overlooked. So I've got them portable DVD players, right? Which I do still rate them. I've linked them through Amazon many times. They take an SD card. So if you happen to have complete legal copies of films that are all digital, you can put your SD card in. Or it takes a DVD. Now, the factor of this that I didn't think about too much until I did the test was you sit there and watch a film for an hour and a half on one of these portable DVD players when it's 10 degrees in your house. You feel it. You need to be up and moving. You genuinely need to find stuff to entertain you, but stuff to keep you active as well.
Yeah,
that is one. I ended up moving a full chest of drawers with the bit of daylight I had from one room to another, just because I was keeping myself going. I genuinely am considering some sort of treadmill or something like that. I know that's a scary word, sofa survivalist, sat there in your denim.
Hey, you know what? I bought the extra wide treadmill so my power chair sits on there so I can just drive along and pretend somewhere.
But genuinely, I mean, do you know when you see all these doomsday type films and they've got like a bunker and they're always running on the treadmill during the day? I get it now. I genuinely get it. It's not a fitness thing. Movement helps keep you warm, keeps you the blood flowing. So
yeah,
it's something I'm considering. I don't know where I'm going to stick it. Like I might have to move a child out, but I definitely want to get something to keep me moving. A exercise bike or a treadmill or something like that. They talk about treadmills, it kills the conversation, doesn't it? Sorry, guys.
Just get one of those wooden boards. Get one of those wooden boards with the whatever. It's like a 4-inch wood cylinder that it's a balance board. You literally stand on it and it keeps all your muscles going. Oh yeah, you're not stopping moving. You may be twitching a little bit later, but those are fun. And they don't take up much space. It's when you fall off of it, that's when that board goes through the window and your head goes through the desk. But either way,
you can use your box with 1,000 band-aids.
I got to use it somewhere.
Say that there's a couple of videos on YouTube at the moment of people in Ukraine posting pictures and videos of the inside of their house because their heating and power is off. It's really cold there at the moment, and it's incredible the sort of contraptions and the things people have done to try and keep themselves warm and keep themselves
ingenuity.
occupied. There's a lot of ingenuity there, and these are just they're normal people. They're not people who are like preppers or anything like that. They're just because they've been in this situation now for so long, they've found all these innovative ways to get by day to day. And you can learn a lot just by looking at these images. I spent all yesterday looking at some of these images of how people are keeping warm. Also, weirdly, I'm getting into how Japanese people traditionally kept warm because their houses aren't insulated. So that's also an interesting thing to study if you're interested in how to keep warm in frigid environments. So always learn from people who do it. You know, it's the best way.
I've looked into that, Alan, how the Japanese stay warm. They don't heat the house, they heat the people.
Yeah. They use a special table, which they go in with a cover, and there's all sorts of other innovative ways that they do it, and interesting sort of floor coverings and stuff.
So this is Anna's house, who I interviewed from Kiev, and she has no power at this point, but obviously the kids to have some sort of normality. The cover's not just like let's make a fort; it helps with the heat and keep everything together. And then she's got these string lights everywhere. They're just like Temu ones. But it's not only nice for the kids, but it takes next to no power whatsoever. I've got another photo as well. I mean, if you watch the interview, the photo that comes up in it, at one point they've got a camp in pretty much the hallway of these flats because it's the central point of the building when there's a chance of strikes. It's surreal to see that people are living like this constantly, but you're right, Alan. They're so inventive with it.
I mean, the 4-poster bed thing and sort of in the UK and sort of not even medieval times, just sort of in like Victorian times, they had a 4-poster bed that was kind of blocked in, and they would literally put like and they would have it. Some of them actually had wooden panels. It was like a little room inside a room. You can go to stately homes and see them now, and they would stick like this. It's not a hot water. There was no water. It was like a heated up thing with charcoal in it. and they stuck it
was
in the bed.
a brass with a huge handle, and they would basically all they do is run it round the inside of the bed beforehand with the
they would heat the small space up and then get inside there. But I mean, equally, if you come from, I don't know, Florida or somewhere, I mean, you have the 4-poster bed, but you would have the the mesh around it to protect yourself from the insects and things like that as well. And that's another method. So learn from taking stock of what people actually did in the past and what they're doing now.
Yeah, living in the tropics, mosquito netting will save your life, because you go.
Anywhere where there's malaria or yellow fever, you need netting.
Yeah, because my wife grew up in that situation, and you don't put any part of your body against that mosquito netting; they will get you.
Yeah, that's a corridor in their apartment block in Kiev. So they just literally, as soon as the alarms go off, they've not got enough time to get to the subway station, so they've just got to take all the mattresses and stuff into the corridor and sleep there for the night.
Well, if you look at your own country during the Blitz during World War II, look how your grandparents had to live under in the tubes. They had to go underground.
Yeah. It's weird. It's surreal. Like, because we talk about a lot of stuff in theory, but when you talk to somebody who's living it, it's surreal.
Yeah.
But it's a good. It's a good thing to see, because this person wasn't a prepper in any way. So humans generally, as much as we think we're all going to be looting each other and killing and running for the hills, are quite innovative when they need to be.
And
you know what I mean? Yeah. Definitely when we need to be and stuff like that. And we'll find a way, I think, a lot of people. We just prepare, so we've got a head start on that, right?
You tend to find it with people who suddenly find themselves that are homeless. They find these innovative ways of getting by whether it's rough sleeping or just using the system. They work out a way of using the system to sort of get by day to day. And you see it with single parents as well. These sort of single mothers or fathers find themselves in a predicament where they have no money and they have children to feed, and they find a way. There's a way of doing it. It's just a case of thinking it through. The beauty of being a prepper is that you're always thinking ahead, so you've got a little bit of time. It's really just a case of time. That's what you're buying. You're buying time by hedging the future and thinking more about it. And that's the great benefit of doing it. And you can adapt that to whatever your most likely scenario is that you think you're going to find yourself in. We're talking about power outages just now, which, like I say, it's not common where I am for a power to be out for any longer than probably a couple of hours. I haven't experienced a power cut for years. Literally, I was a kid the last time I seen one, but they do happen. And there's no bad reason. There's no negative reason for having a box downstairs in my kitchen full of extra batteries, torches, and some other ways to get through a power outage, because those are things that are useful anyway. So why not have them?
Hey Dios, how you doing? I got a question for the panel based on this. Then we're at the 48-hour mark, right? Alan, you just said common is a couple of hours. If the power ever does go out, it's a couple of hours.
Yeah.
At what point do you step it up to think this could be semi-permanent or permanent? How long are you waiting to think it'll all go back to normal? At what point can you flip that mentality? I did a jokey scene during that where I was getting all the crossbows and knives and blades and stuff like that out. But then I said, listen, it's 48 hours. There's still going to be police out there. This is stupid. You wouldn't do this. But at what point do you start thinking more long-term survival?
Oh, it would depend on what kind of information I was being fed, because I mean, before
if you've no information coming in, put it that way. If you can't get any information coming in, radio is static, etc., you're just going off your own best judgment.
If I had no power for more than 2 days and there was no major storm going on outside, I didn't think a tree had fell on the power lines. It just suddenly happened right now. I would start to question what's going on. But I mean, that's largely based on before you came on jumped onto the panel, I quickly had a look to see what the longest periods of time the UK's experienced sustained power outages are. And the average longest sustained power outage with the storms that we have is about 8 to 9 days. That's the longest, and those are rural Scotland. So it's very uncommon. Most power outages last 30 to 40 minutes. Some last a few hours, but they never seem to go past a couple of days. The longest sustained power we had in the UK was 2 months, but it wasn't continuous, and that was because the coal miners were on strike. So you had 1 day a week type, lights on type stuff.
Yeah, scheduled blackouts.
Yeah,
and stuff,
so based on that kind of information, if I didn't have power to my house or my street, if my whole town was out of electricity for more than 2 days and I wasn't getting the information, I couldn't work out why it happened, I would start to be very concerned at that point. I would think something else was going on, Then I'd be in full survival mode after that, I think.
Similar sort of time frame for all of you gentlemen?
Yeah, I'll be real quick. I would be observant and watch outside my house. And as soon as the neighbors start leaving, like one after another, that's when I would get worried. Especially if you can't get any information. They're leaving. The neighborhood is emptying out. We need to go,
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't join earlier. I've been listening the whole time, but like I said, I was in an area where the cell signal was squirrely, and of course, truck makes a lot of truck noises and goes through the microphone. But I was going to say, I've actually given lots of thought, especially like I said, like my biggest fear is either an EMP attack or a coronal mass ejection from the sun.
Yeah.
Like I said, if like one of the, I kid you not, when things are not working, I kid you not, I pull out my phone, make sure the phone power is on, and then okay, well, not an EMP attack, and I've got cell service, so no EMP, no CME, we're good there. But if I'm going out, vehicles aren't starting, nothing's working, I know something is wrong. I know something's wrong with them. I don't need to wait 12 hours or 48 hours or whatever. Like, I know something is not right. But like if it's just like a power outage from like a storm, or like you guys have said, somebody drives their car into a utility pole or takes out a pad mounted transformer, that's like I said, something different. I'm not gonna lie, I was actually prepared because we were supposed to, I guess the part of Texas I was living in, we missed a lot of the storm. I mean, we still got hit with quite a bit of it, but my lights didn't even flicker. Like, I was prepared. I was absolutely prepared. I was ready for the lights to go out. I had the generator out. I had the extension cord run from the backyard from the generator. I had my battery banks charged up. I had all my kerosene lanterns out. I was ready. And I had my propane heaters all staged throughout the house. I'm not gonna lie, I was mildly disappointed. Our lights didn't go out. But like I said,
come on, man! I was all ready for it. All I get is stupid electricity.
I'm glad you said that, Dios, because my next question was, come on, admit it, you were slightly disappointed.
I was disappointed. I topped off the propane, like I have 4 20-pound propane tanks. Like I said, I don't say that out loud that often because all I need is for some fire marshal to try to figure out where the hell it is I live, so that way he can give me a fine for having too much propane in a residential house. But like I said, I had 4 of those 20-pound tanks, and I've got over 100 of those little green 1-pound cylinders. I even got adapter kits to refill the little 1-pound cylinders and adapter kits to adapt my 20-pound tanks down to the 1-pound fitting, so that way I can just feed them straight into either my camp stove or into my heater.
Yep.
Yeah, little buddy heaters. Yeah, like I said, I even have my camp stove set up it's still set up in the kitchen right now. It's like the lights never went out. We did not get the ice storm that I was expecting. Like we got a little bit of freezing rain at the beginning, but most of it turned into snow. And all the snow did was just gridlock everything because we just don't. Well, it's not to say that it doesn't snow out here in Texas. It's not to say that nobody out here in Texas has ever seen snow. It's just we don't have the infrastructure. It's not that. Like we don't have the infrastructure to remove it. We don't have the salt spreaders. We've got like a fraction of the plows that the Mountain West states and the Midwestern states and the Northern states have. Like, I guarantee you, Kansas and Nebraska probably got way more snow plows, combined between their two states than the entire state of Texas does.
Probably just one of them.
Yeah, no, like I said, I was actually shocked to see that the city actually had a couple plows, and it's like, well, that explains why these roads 3 days later are icy and slushy as crap. That's why I sent Mark that photo. It's like I'm probably the only one in the state that has a pair of these. I had a set of tire chains on my truck, my pickup truck.
The longest when the grid went down totally, it was let's see. January 2005, over 700,000 households were powerless. And for some households, the grid was down up to 45 days.
Ooh.
That's a long one. Wow.
Was that winter or summertime?
January.
Oh,
ouch.
That takes. So the food, you just put the food in a box and you stick it outside, and it will stay cold.
Yeah, but
if you got canned goods, or jar goods, I mean, those are going to be trashed.
Yeah.
Those are going to freeze and bust.
The jars might break, the cans might swell from the frost, but it's not going to make them go bad.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I'm saying like I'd be worried about the can rupturing. Like I know that the glass jars, those sealed glass jars, are going to break in that Swedish winter.
What is this geriatric doomsday club? That's funny.
So Alan and Mike, you guys are geriatrics too.
Yours is the youngest one here at this point.
No, I literally am. Like anytime I'm in any of these groups, I'm the baby. Like I said, I'm 35 and I'm still always the youngest. There's always like 2 or 3 people that are fairly close in age, but they're still older than me. I'm still the youngest. I'm still waiting for the day where I'm not going to be the youngest.
I'm still 29. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, sure you are, Mike. Yeah. Get that stethoscope back out and check your head.
It's like my body is a temple. It's haunted, creaky.
Yeah. The Pretend Commandos Club. No, that's my club. That is the Sofa Survivalist Club.
I was dying. I was busting out laughing there, Mark, when you said I've got an extra wide treadmill for my electric wheelchair.
Hey, it's great. No, dude, you got to understand this thing is great because I got the treadmill wired up so it charges my batteries for my power chair. So I can just run all the time.
It's a perpetual energy machine.
Yeah, okay. A perpetual motion machine. So I get on it with the wheels, it runs it and charges my battery, and I have fun.
And then he realizes he doesn't know how to get off, and you just come back, and there's a skeleton on a machine that's still going 20 years later.
Come on, I just bought 3,000 gallons of freeze-dried water. I'm good.
Freeze-dried water.
Somebody said I needed it to go with the freeze-dried pouches I bought from them on some Canadian website, and said you need the freeze-dried water to go with it so you never run out. I'm like, what a great idea! They're only like $12 a gallon. It was awesome. It'll last forever.
Yeah,
This is the type of videos I want to
about your
put these
10,000 Band-Aids.
There's
That's pretty funny
somebody
too.
watching this. There's somebody watching this right now, or on the
Yeah.
replay, that is googling freeze-dried water.
Of course they are.
Just like anybody who's like looking to get on a diet, they're probably looking up diet water. They actually do make that.
Yeah,
Freeze-dried water, here it is.
There, he's got. Well, you got dehydrated.
Dehydrated water.
Mine's better because it lasts longer. Dehydrated is good for some years, but it can expire. Freeze-dried, nope, you're good forever.
I can sell you diet water, Dios. It's just normal water with some X-Lax thrown in, so it's
Guaranteed to lose weight. Chocolate flavored.
Oh.
Well, that Miralax isn't supposed to have any flavor to it.
There you go. Win-win. We can go into business. Diet water.
Yeah. Dehydrated water with lemon taste. Lemon flavor.
Lemon water.
I like that. Diet water. Yes, you will die when you eat this. When you drink this water.
Yeah, you probably would with the electrolyte imbalance that you ended up putting on yourself because you're taking way too much of the Miralax or X-Lax.
Well, we've gone slightly off topic.
Yes.
That's okay. We're over time now. We're keeping
situation normal for us at this point.
Excellent.
I was watching what I was watching as best as I could. Of course I'm driving, but I was just taking a quick glance because Gil was showing off those battery banks.
Everybody keeps asking me to show them, so I showed them.
I mean, we're talking about battery banks. Anyone that just tuned in at that very moment when Gil said that, and he's not showing anything else.
Yes,
well, and then Mark was talking about
power one too.
Mark was talking about sticking something in his mouth and like twisting it and then turning it. Mike was pointing that out.
Good thing something just pop on when you said that. Stick it in your mouth and rotating it. Huh.
Yeah, and then turn it on.
All right, so I know it's past Shadow's bedtime now.
Yeah, we are 11 minutes over my normal time.
So let's start again at 12 hours, yeah? Is that...
Oh, no, not 12-hour stream, no.
I think the longest recorded stream is like, is it like 2 weeks or something? I'm sure we could beat that.
Jeez. I've got things to do.
Like the only way I could see that could be possible is you have multiple guests coming in at different hours of the day to keep the stream going.
I did a 24-hour gaming stream once for charity. This is before I actually started doing physical work for charity. It was just sitting there gaming. Why not? It got to the point at like 3 o'clock in the morning. It was just I'd stopped talking to the camera. If you tuned in, it was just me like this. Like, what you're playing? I'm playing Football Simulator. I just sit and fucking watch it.
I was already laughing about you saying that if it was a long-term blackout, you just go upstairs to your computer with a blank screen, not even the mic plugged in, and trying to do a live stream in your head.
That'll be it. I'm telling you, that'll be it. That's how it tips me all prepared, but tips me over the edge. That's after I've murdered my family around the Monopoly table.
That's how we knew. That's how we know that your cheese is officially slid off the cracker.
Yeah. Freeze dried cheese.
You could do that.
But is it freeze-dried real cheese or is it freeze-dried?
Nope.
American
I have 2 half-gallon jars of freeze-dried shredded. I have cheddar and mozzarella, and yes, it works. And yes, it's a
That
thing.
sounds good.
They're crispy and weird if you just put it in your mouth, but if you put them between, if you put them between 2 damp paper towels for about 5 minutes, you got shredded cheese again.
Nice.
It works. I actually put a little package of the freeze-dried cheese inside my package of freeze-dried chili, and then seal it up so I can sprinkle the cheese on it, and it rehydrates and it melts, and it's like, yeah.
Nice. That's going to be a valuable commodity 6 months into the apocalypse.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah,
what do you got? I got shredded cheddar for your freeze-dried tacos I got, too. That's going to cost you 30 gallons.
Lettuce.
30 gallons. I need 30 rolls of paper towels and toilet paper because everybody else is out.
Now, I was actually surprised that it actually works with the cheese. I thought, like you said, that foods with high fat contents, they do not freeze dry.
Okay, so we can go down that road, but we're kind of getting low on the show here. But so if you look at a can of the Mountain House, like just the freeze dried cooked beef, it's 12% fat. Fat itself doesn't freeze dry, but when it's mixed in with stuff, you're okay as long as you do it right. If you just say, hey, the machine says my food's done, let me pack it in a bag and store it away, yeah, chances are it'll go bad in about a month because there's still moisture in there. Moisture's the killer. So that's a whole nother bag of stuff. I did one with there's humidity control, moisture control, scales, things. Yeah, there's a big science behind it that nobody on the internet talks about because they just want to sell you their goods.
Hey, serious, like, I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to keep going too far along on the freeze-dried topics, but, like, my mom was actually asking me because, like, I'm the preparedness-minded person in the family, but she was asking me, hey, do you know anything about freeze dryers? Like, I probably know about as much as you do, which is not a whole lot. It's like,
just give her my phone number.
That's what I was going to do. That's what I was going to ask. It's like, hey, is it all right if I get her your contact information? That way you can.
Or at some point, go to her house and we could do a private live together and talk about stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for my freeze dried, I just buy it. You know, I buy Mountain House, and Mark's going to send me some of his.
I'm still trying to figure. And now at this point, I might send you some of the chili with the freeze dried cheese. Let you open that live online. Don't worry, I'll send you a pouch of freeze dried water to rehydrate it with.
Thank you. That was most concerning to me. Yeah.
So somebody's actually selling freeze dried water. That's actually a thing.
It's a joke, but yes, yeah.
Yeah,
it used to be just called dehydrated water. Go ahead, show it, Gil.
It's just like this. It's an empty can. The company is real, and they did it as a joke.
Oh, okay.
And you can, at any Boy Scout camp, you can find several cases of this sitting on the shelf because the Boy Scouts go absolutely nuts over it.
Yeah, it's a good fun joke, but for the survivalist, that's a mainstay. That's my staple.
I invested $10,000, my life savings, in dehydrated water.
Good, yeah, I'm good.
On a video.
I'm gonna last forever.
I like how it says the preparation instructions is to mix it with water.
Oh yeah.
just add water to prepare.
You know what? I need to get me. I'm gonna have to get me a couple of those. I am going to just stick those in my preps as a gag for myself.
I feel like it should be part of my background. I definitely need one of those pens on here. Big enough for the label to read. Excellent.
Like farts in a jar.
Farts in a jar.
No, the farts in the jar are those female social media influencers.
Yeah, only the OnlyFans people. Yeah, those. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Don't knock
Oh.
my day job. Thank you very much.
Hey, I didn't tell anybody about that. You just spilled the beans on yourself there, Mike. Or should I say Mike Shell? Isn't it Mike Shell?
No, I'm happy to spill the beans. Go and subscribe.
I think a year or so ago, Virginia Roots and I were talking offline about, and the topic went to the, OnlyFans or whatever. And she told me some stuff about what those women sell, like, take off her dirty underwear and sell it for like. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
There's freaking perverts out there who would pay big money for some
There's
dirty
guys
underwear,
that do
man.
it. There was a guy on daytime TV talking about selling these socks, and he was selling them for £1,000 a pair.
Right. So
when I heard that, I thought, I've got some socks.
First-hand experience, Alan. First-hand experience. When I stopped the football team, I was getting rid of all the old stuff, and I had 10 pairs of men's football socks, and I stuck them on Vinted. And the messages I got were unreal. Like, somebody wanted to pay extra if they were used, not washed. Somebody offered me extra if I deposited something inside them.
Wow.
She's like, did you sell them socks? I went, no, I fucking binned them.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
I was going to say, how much did you sell them for then?
The offer wasn't high enough, to be fair. I thought my DNA is going to float around some weirdo's house. No, pass on that. I just have to shake somebody's hands and they're pregnant. There's no way I'm releasing my semen out into the world.
Well, if SHTF goes on and on and on, those people could be taken care of without any prison time.
What? The silver linings, Bob. The silver linings.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Mike. Yeah, there's a little shining glimmer of hope,
Dior's, hit the mute button. You're killing us here.
Oh, sorry.
You bet. He sounds like he's burying. It was like the shovel dragging across.
He was. That's why I said you're killing us here.
Yeah, sorry. I was moving the steel wheel chocks that put on the trailer tires.
Now, Mr. Wild Beast just said box of spark plug gaps. My dad had one of those on the shelf at the gas station.
Oh my God.
Of different sizes, 40 thou, 42 thou. And any new guy that came work for me, he's like, hey, I got to do these spark plugs. How do I gap? And he's like, go grab one of the boxes up there. Make sure you get the right size.
I love that.
It was that was back in the 70s. That joke's been around for a long time. That's funny.
Bob, funnily enough, what you said there, like, the vigilante justice thing, which we don't condone in any way, by the way, this is all opinions and theoretical. I did that interview with the woman from Kiev, and she casually said, oh yeah, the murderers we tied to poles. And it was just a passing sentence, and I didn't jump on it because I thought that could be a dark, slippery slope. But that just shows once the government's occupied with like a war, they've got to take justice into their own hands.
They have to,
yeah, madness, absolute madness.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna bail. You guys have a great night. Gil, I'll probably see you later. Shadow, thank you. Bob, I'll talk to you later. Mike, I'm sure I'll talk to you. Diorce, I'll talk to you. Alan, I'll see you on Discord.
Yep. Catch you later.
All right, have a good night, guys.
Take care.
Cheers, Mark.
Good night, Mark.
I think it's time to wrap things up now, guys. So
Yep.
thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate it. It's good to see you again.
Thanks for inviting
Good
us.
to see you, Gil,
Yep.
Mike, Bob, Diorce. And, I'll see you next week, same time, same channel, with a new topic, wherever it will be.
Yep.
We come up with something.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see if I can throw you a couple of suggestions here during the week.
Yeah. Do
Later,
so.
Mark.
Bye, guys.
Later.
Cheers. Cheers, Shadow.
Peace out.
Later, Alan.
Cheers.
Later.
Take care.
Peace
Stay
out,
safe.
guys. Good night.
Bob,
bless.
Gil, Shadow.
And remember, be part of the solution, not the problem.
And
Anything
everyone,
you want to add?
learn a new skill every month. A useful skill that'll make you more valuable if the world goes to in a handbasket. All right. See you guys
Mike,
later.
See you later, Gil.
Cheers. Thanks for having me. That's I've nothing to add. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure.
All right. Later.
Later.